witness.
And that was a report by my colleague Lord Eduasari. And our cabinet on Thursday deliberated on the recommendations of the Constitutional Review Committee. Key issues for cabinet consideration included possible reforms to the appointment of MMTCs, a review of executive powers, strengthening independent constitutional bodies, deepening decentralization, and improving judicial accountability. The outcome of the deliberations is expected to determine which recommendations advance the constitutional amendment processes. Here's governance expert Professor Enoch Entry speaking on Hot Edition.
How we are supposed to behave in the country. And if you look at our history, I think the NDC government has done a great job, because the first one was 2011 by Professor Mills, and there wasn't any white paper release on that. And now, after 15 years, His Excellency JDM, I'm talking about Mahama, has come out with this Constitutional Review Committee, picked some neutralized people, they've come out with their recommendation. And I think it's about time that we implement most of the tenets of the proposed amendment.
And that was governance expert Professor Enoch Entry speaking on Hot Edition. And now the national executives of the opposition New Patriotic Party on Thursday managed to secure the release of its social media commentator Nana Adonyame. The party's national leadership, accompanied by sympathizers, arrived at the Accra Regional Police Command to show support for the social media activists. Nana Adonyame was reportedly invited by the Criminal Investigation Department (CID) over comments he is alleged to have made about the Krontihin of Achimesuo Nana Boedi Ampuenim Obu Dade III. Here's former Member of Parliament for Tema East, Titus Glover, condemning his arrest.
I want to tell the IGP, they know I've known him for the past years. He shouldn't allow politics to soil his office. But what my party is doing is right. We will do any manner of things that will protect the sanctity of this constitution. The spirit of the NDP can never be thrown away. I am coming for national organizer. I can assure President Mahama it's not going to get easy. Because we will not sit down for them to motivate our people, for them to do anything as what they like. So we should be very careful. So it is right that they went to the police and let the police know. Sometimes the police are in a fix. They don't know what to do. But it is important that we let them know that the actions that they are doing, it is unlawful. If you want to arrest everybody. Why do you take sides? And President Mahama is comfortable in the Jubilee House.
Titus Glover is former Member of Parliament for Tema East and a member of the National Democratic Congress communication team, Delali Sewokpo, said there's no truth in the MPP claims. Take a listen.
If I want to detail you the ordeal that members of the NDC went through during the era of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, you can give me a whole day and I'll give you a litany of how NDC members were subjected to torture, through humiliation during the era of the NPP when Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo was the president of the Republic of Ghana. Abronye was arrested for threatening a judge, the same group of people who criticized President John Dramani Mahama when he pardoned the Muntie Three, when they were incarcerated, when they were convicted. The same group of people think they have the moral high ground to criticize for the arrest and the detention of Abronye.
And that was a member of the National Democratic Congress communication team, Delali Sewokpo. Before we part company, the Food and Drugs Authority, FDA, has warned the public that shisha and vaping are not safe alternatives to smoking, emphasizing that fruit, mint, or candy flavors do not cancel out the harm tobacco does to the lungs. In the public notice, the FDA stated the FDA indicated that protecting children and young people from exposure to tobacco and nicotine products remains a major public health priority. Public cooperation and timely reporting of such activities greatly support enforcement efforts. The authority encouraged the public to share specific details, including locations, with the appropriate authorities to aid investigations and regulatory action. That's how we end the morning news. For more news updates, just log on to our website, s3news.com. Good morning.
It has always been a journey of Pan-Africanism and consciousness. It is your regular taxi driver with the urban blend and 3FM 92.7 in living stereo every day, Monday to Friday from 12:30 p.m. till 3 p.m. This is the show everybody listens to, so your business will certainly do well here. My name, Black Rasta. I am the rootical, hairtical, Don Gargan, Mua Fire.
Come forward. Atinga ya chika fankare, Azure ya chika fankare, Abama ta chika fankare.
3FM, your urban lifestyle radio.
Hello again and welcome to the Business News on Sunrise. Coming up this morning, Government of Ghana eyes 4.300 billion cedis treasury bill auction as under subscription streak ends, and consumers brace for pump price hikes starting May 16 despite government safety net. And the Chamber of Mines once again calls to block lease renewal of Gold Coast. Phil Stakwa says move could make Ghana unattractive to investment destination.
Minister is sitting in the UN talking to investors. The questions they will be asking is that this thing that you're doing, then if I bring my 1 billion into your market, how would the certainty be?
We have details of these and more coming up shortly. Stay with us. My name is George Quinn, and now the news in details. And the government of Ghana is returning to the domestic market today, May 15, 2026, aiming to raise 4.3 billion cedis through its weekly treasury bill auction. The upcoming auction will feature the standard 3 tenors, the 91-day, 182-day, and 364-day bills. There's more in the following 3 Business News Desk report.
Government plans to deploy the proceeds to help finance the 2026 national budget and to meet short-term maturing debts obligations. This target of 4.3 billion cedis comes at a crucial turning point for the state's fiscal managers. Government recently broke a challenging 7-week streak of under-subscription.
And that
period during which market appetite fell consistently short of the state's borrowing targets. Market analysts are closely watching Friday's outcome to see if investor demand will hold steady. The recent break in the undersubscription trend is being viewed as a tentative sign of stabilizing investor sentiment fueled by the country's broader macroeconomic recovery and recent credit rating upgrades. However, achieving the 4.3 billion cedis target will depend heavily on whether commercial banks and institutional investors maintain their renewed interest in government paper.
And that was a 3 Business News Desk report on Government of Ghana eyeing 4.3 billion cedis through treasury bill auction as under the subscription streak ends. And Ghanaian consumers, transport operators, and businesses are facing renewed economic pressure as fuel prices are projected to rise across the country starting Saturday, May 16, 2026. According to the Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies, COMAC, retail prices for petrol and diesel will experience upward adjustments regardless of whether the government decides to extend its current price cushioning intervention past its May 16 expiry date. There's more in the following 3 Business News Desk report.
The Chamber's Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Rivers Opong, explained that global market shocks mean the upcoming pricing window will inevitably bring increases. He outlined 2 distinct paths for the market depending on state action. If the government extends its intervention, petrol prices are expected to rise by 2.5% to 3% per litre, reaching approximately 14 cedis 50 pesos, while diesel will edge up by 1.8% to around 16 cedis 50 pesos. Under this setup, the state's support only serves to moderate the scale of the shock. Conversely, if the intervention is allowed to lapse entirely, consumers will face a far sharper spike. Without state support, petrol is projected to climb to 15 cedis 80 pesos per litre, and diesel could hit 18 cedis 5 pesos per litre. Liquefied petroleum gas (LPG) users will also face pricing uncertainty tied directly to fluctuating domestic market stock levels. The domestic pressure is being driven heavily by international factors, with global crude oil trading at a high of $105 per barrel amid geopolitical tensions and fears of United States military action against Iran. Because fuel costs act as a primary transmission channel for inflation in Ghana, directly impacting food distribution, transport fares, and manufacturing, this impending hike poses a delicate challenge for the state. Policymakers must now navigate a difficult balancing act between maintaining fiscal discipline and absorbing a global energy shock to shield citizens from severe cost of living pressures.
And that was a 3 Business News Desk report on consumers' edge to brace for pump prices hikes starting May 16 despite government safety net. And in more news this morning, the Chamber of Mines is warning that the country risks becoming an unattractive investment destination after police think tank, Institute of Economic Affairs, called on government to block the renewal of one of Africa's longest gold mining licenses. The IEA this week urged authorities to reject South African giant Goldfields applications to extend its lease on the Takwa mine.
The IEA had argued that Ghana's mineral wealth should deliver more direct benefits to citizens rather than foreign companies. But the chamber says the proposals are based on factual inaccuracies and a selective reading of history. Speaking at a press conference, Chief Executive Officer of the chamber, Engineer Dr. Kenneth Ashigbe, cautioned against policies that could reverse gains made in the sector.
The minister is sitting in the UN talking to investors. The questions they will be asking is that this thing that you're doing, then if I bring my 1 billion into your market, how would the certainty be? So it definitely would impact on investor confidence.
The Chamber of Mines says Ghana's experience with state-controlled mining in the early 1980s led to declining outputs, underinvestment, and economic challenges, while private sector participation later helped grow gold production significantly. It argues that the Minerals and Mining Act clearly requires governments to renew leases where companies have met their obligations, warning that failure to do so could undermine investor confidence and damage Ghana's international reputation. The chamber has, however, welcomed the establishment of a ministerial committee to review the revocation of Adamus Resources mining leases, stressing the need for due process to be followed.
The chamber is equally mindful of the importance of due process in regulatory and enforcement action. And we have noted the position of Adamus Resources Limited and its legal representatives. They contend that the revocation did not follow the statutory notice requirement under Section 68(2) of Act 703 and Regulation 203 of LI 2176. These procedural protections underpin the rule of law and investor confidence in Ghana's mining sector, and they must not be disregarded.
That was a report on Chamber of Mines warning against calls to block lease renewal of Goldfields Takwa mine, saying move could make Ghana an attractive investment destination. A new nationwide study has revealed worsening financial pressure on workers in Ghana, with only 32.2% of salaried employees able to make savings, while nearly 7 out of 10 say their monthly expenses exceed their incomes. The report points to low salaries, especially in the private sector, alongside rising living costs, and major factors depending on economic hardship across households. The following 3 News Desk reports as well.
The research conducted by Professor Smart Sapong of the Kumasi Technical University found that 67.8% of workers spend more than they earn each month, leaving little or nothing to save. The National Cost of Living Outlook report for the first quarter of 2026 surveyed more than 4,000 households across 8 regions and 100 constituencies nationwide. According to the findings, 95% of workers earn less than 5,000 cedis monthly, with more than 36% taking home below 1,000 cedis. This report also highlighted major disparities between public and private sector workers, indicating that private sector employees remain the most poorly paid, while only 6.6% of public sector workers earn below 1,000 cedis monthly. The figure rises sharply to 15.8% in the private sector. The study further revealed growing concerns over the rising cost of living, with electricity, transportation, mobile call credit, and internet services identified among the most expensive essentials for households.
And that was a 3 Business News Desk report on cost of living study, revealing only 32.2% of salaried workers in Ghana can save as majority struggle with low incomes and rising household expenses. And as part of its aggressive push to broaden the national tax net, the Ghana Revenue Authority, GRA, has taken its sustained national tax education program directly to the Muslim business community in Accra and organized under the eminent auspices of the National Chief Imam, Sheikh Osman Noor Shaributu. The education focused on demystifying the country's tax system, especially newly introduced modified taxation scheme.
The modified taxation scheme is a framework specifically engineered to simplify tax compliance for small businesses and the informal sector. Speaking at the sidelines of the engagement, the Deputy Commissioner of the GRA's Communication and Public Affairs Department, Florence Asante, emphasized that the revenue body is intentionally shifting its strategy. Rather than relying solely on aggressive enforcement actions, the GRA's long-term goal through 2028 is to foster a national culture of proud voluntary compliance.
The Muslim business community has been very receptive. The discussion has been very engaging, and we've taken note of all the issues that they have with regard to taxation, and we are ready to engage them further. We will make sure that all the issues that they have raised are addressed and ensure that once they have information they need, they will be able to comply with regard to the tax laws.
The Ankobia Hine of Asantia Pa, Nana Yadom Kanto, urge entrepreneurs to leverage the country's tax waivers to scale.
They told us that there are certain parts of the northern region that if you set up an industry, you don't pay tax. So what business people have to look at is to look at some of the raw materials produced in those areas and then look at how those could be processed and either for local markets or for the exports.
An imam with the Ghana Ahmadiyya Muslim Mission, Malvi Hafiz Ibrahim Shandu, encouraged Muslims to champion tax compliance.
Taxation is very well ingrained in the teachings of Islam. It is part of Islam, and Muslims, we should be at the forefront of championing this good news of taxation.
Leaders within the Muslim business community praised the initiative, noting that bringing tax education directly to their space removes the intimidation factor and paves the way for a more inclusive, tax-conscious society.
That was a report on GRA partnering Chief Imam to educate Muslim business community on new modified tax scheme. Before we part company, let's take a look at how the cedi is faring against other major trading currencies and how some of the key commodities are also faring on the global market.
On the interbank foreign exchange market, the dollar is selling at 11 cedis 41 pesos. It gained 7 pesos. The British pound is selling at 15 cedis 43 pesos. It gained 9 pesos. The euro is selling at 13 cedis 37 pesos. It also gained 9 pesos. However, be guided that these figures could be higher at a forex bureau near you. On the global commodities market, Brent crude is selling at $105.15 per barrel. Gold is trading at $4,680.18 per ounce, down by $8.58. cocoa is trading at $4,235 per ton, down by $158.
And that was an update from the Forest and Community Market, and that's how we end the business news on Sunrise. For more news updates, just log on to our website, s3news.com. In the world where you can be anything, just be kind, because nothing too kind.
Your finest tunes in sync with a soothing voice. 3 Lounge with AJ.
Are you tired of the same old routine? Need a break from the stress and chaos of everyday life? Well, step into the 3 Lounge, your world of absolute relaxation and great music with yours truly, AJ Akwako Sapon. Welcome to the best mid-morning show in the capital and beyond. This is 3 Lounge with yours truly, your radio princess, AJ Akwako Sapon.
Love it. I love it. It's great.
Kickstart your week with Monday motivation, shake off the Tuesday blues, and get ready for midweek mania. Take a trip down memory lane on Throwback Thursday and wrap up the week with Funky Friday with myself and Helen Appiah Ampufo. Plus, enjoy exciting celebrity interviews, insightful conversation, engaging discussions on topics that matter, and there's a boatload of fun and easy activations that reward and appreciate you, our loyal listener.
If you are listening, we're manifesting money into your pocket this morning.
Don't miss out on the excitement. Tune in to 3 Lounge every weekday morning from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. with AJ Akwako Sapon, only on 3FM 92.7.
It's my number one.
92.7 3FM, your urban lifestyle radio.
Greetings in the name of His Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I,
It has always been a journey of Pan-Africanism and consciousness. It is your regular taxi driver with the urban blend and 3FM 92.7 in living stereo every day, Monday to Friday, from 12:30 p.m. till 3 p.m. This is the show everybody listens to, so your business will certainly do well here. My name, Black Rasta. I am the rootical, hairtical, Don Gargan, Mawuena.
Rhythm, come forward. Atinga ya chika fankare, Azure ya chika fankare, Abama ta chika fankare.
3FM, your urban lifestyle radio.
3FM Sunrise, 3FM Morning Show, 3FM 92.7, 3FM, your urban lifestyle radio, 3FM Sunrise, 3FM Morning Show, 3FM 92.7,
3FM Sunrise.
More than a song, we just want to worship.
Sunrise on 3FM.
Father is here tonight. He is glorious in our midst tonight.
Sunrise on 3FM.
3FM Sunrise.
You are glorious. You
23 to the top of the hour. Here on the 3FM Sunrise. Thank you very much for staying with us. A very, very, very wet morning. It's been raining all throughout. And for those of us seeking to make our way to work, well, I will urge and exercise and pray and urge that you exercise a bit more in terms of restraint on the road. And portions of the La Road coming from Teshi. In fact, when you reach the Peshi Lagoon in front of Labadi Beach, La Palm Royal Beach, the entire stretch has been taken over by flash floods. And for persons, drivers alike who are seeking to make their way, we'll ask that you exercise a bit more in terms of restraint. But we're here, thankful to God for the gift of life. And this morning, let's talk about something difficult, but deeply important as well, and that's accountability. So I came across a passage someone shared on X, which says that they never get angry at people who refuse to help them, because if it were that easy, they would have helped themselves. And trust me, there's a lot of wisdom in that. Oftentimes when we struggle, we quietly expect people to rescue us, to understand us perfectly, and to carry burdens they themselves may not even know how to carry. Here's the truth, however, that many people are fighting battles we cannot see. Perhaps a friend who said no to you may be overwhelmed. And the person who could not show up may also be surviving something very heavy. And sometimes what looks like rejection is simply human limitation. Life becomes lighter when we stop believing the world owes us something, owes us rescue. Because while support is beautiful, responsibility is powerful. There's a difference between needing help and building entitlement. And that's one thing we have to watch carefully. A seed may receive rain, but it still must break through the soil by itself. Right? And many times, growth begins the moment we stop asking, why is nobody saving me? And we start asking ourselves, what can I do with the strength I still have? That mindset changes people. It creates resilience, it creates maturity, it creates quiet courage. By all means, let us appreciate kindness when it comes. Let us be grateful to the people who support us. But let us never surrender our entire future into somebody else's hands. Because sometimes the greatest breakthrough happens when you realize, even without perfect help, you will still have the ability to rise, adapt, learn, and continue. Good morning to you. And today, we remind you that while nobody owes us rescue, we still owe ourselves the effort to keep moving forward. And that's our message of motivation this morning.
This is my testimony. My
it will get us into the weather update as well, kind courtesy the Ghana Meteorological Agency.
crummy muye. My problem, you know, it's too shallow so. Fitting my problem, I'm see me penny fieso. And you want, I want me who buy it. And you want, I want you to touch. I brought Danny and Danny. Hey, I told him behind you, but the crown and why yet today. And you want, I was so me muye. And you would do ya, and crummy muye.
Get onto Ghana meteorological pages on Facebook, Twitter as well, and a bit more ginger as well. Can't catch you, DJ Phil. And mostly cloudy conditions amidst cases of rain. So we're experiencing that and we're feeling that already in most parts of southern Ghana this morning. Misty or foggy conditions are likely to develop over the forest and mountainous areas as the day goes on. A mix of sun and clouds will be observed with thunderstorms or rain expected over the coast, its inland areas, the middle, transition and northern sectors during the afternoon and evening hours. But I will urge you to find their social handles, because that is where you get a bit more in terms of updates as we experience a storm of some sort in the capital this morning and southern parts of the country. And it's been intense, very, very intense. In fact, my entire journey into work this morning has been a very interesting spectacle. From roads filled completely with floodwaters, and I know the story will be replete across different intersections and different places in the capital. You can talk of Shiashi off the top of my head, Kaneshi, and which other areas am I missing? So that's the situation this morning in the capital. Let us know where you are. I know on the Ofanko Achimota stretch headed towards Accra, that side as well gets its unfortunate fair share. And it brings us to the old age conversations about floods. Accra, when will it stop? Major drains that need construction, major drains that need desilting, removal of buildings on waterways. It's a cyclical conversation. It comes and goes every year. We've seen some demolitions at the Sakumo Ramza site. Some other places have been earmarked for demolition, amongst other things. Always brings us to these aspects. I know in different parts, so Kaswa as well, they experience the unfortunate share of what this means when it rains, mudslide and all of that on the stretch headed towards Accra. So it's that time of the year again, particularly when we've been told by the Meteo Agency that, look, expect more rains this year than we've ever seen. And yes, I mentioned the Peshi Lagoon. I went past it this morning. Prince Rekeje sent a quick one, says immediate dredging and demolition required by NADMO. Going through it, nobody told me what the situation was. The entire stretch, that La Road, when you're getting to Labadi Beach, the entire place. And in fact, for persons who are deciding to use the turn when you get to La Palma, headed towards the trade fair, and then you go to Bema Camp, I saw a trot roll, and the flash floods were almost entering the engine, and it was still moving. So yes, it's an annual ritual where we sit here and have conversations about floods, what should be done, which areas needs dredging, which areas or which properties need to make way for rain, and which drains, Garrett project. See the way I mentioned it off the top of my head. We have reported on it. And it leaves you wondering, Garrett projects, what, you know. But we continue to urge caution on the road this morning, even as you navigate your way to work, to school, for the kids. For us to get into the papers for you this morning here on the 3FM Sunrise. And this morning we'll be forced to have just quick spot checks in terms of conversations as to what needs to be done in certain areas to improve the flood situation. But I'll start off with the daily graphic for us this morning. SHS double track ends in 2027. 50 SHSs upgraded to be upgraded, the president assures. Story by Kester Abram Crunchy. MTN Ghana marks 30 years of service, pledges connectivity, investments, national growth initiatives. So it's connectivity investment. So investments geared towards connectivity and national growth initiatives as well. Reject Goldfields lease extension for Takwa Mine. IEA urges government. On the back page of the graphic, organizers restore order after chaos. That's in relation to the African Athletics Championship, Accra. Ghana grabs 3 medals. Relay giant storm into final. Prince Donu Leku on this one. Alexa Mankwa won bronze for us in the 800 meters. It will always bring us back to what can happen, what should happen, and the potential we have if athletes were given a bit more in terms of investment as well. Away from the graphic to the Ghanaian Times now. Ghana risks food insecurity over policy gaps, UN group warns. Also, very good time to be in Ghana, EU ambassador tells investors. Sounds like free PR. Parts of Western Accra to face water supply interruptions. Police ordered to apologize to Bridget Otu, others over protest brutality. There's also 150,000 cedis in terms of some compensation, if I read correctly. Part of Western Accra to face water supply challenges. That story is still on the back page. And Ayawaso East School gets 1,000 desk support. It's an initiative by the Member of Parliament, Baba Jamal. Daily Guide newspaper, reject Takwa Mine lease extension, IEA. Goldfields have been in town, have been doing a few rounds seeking to have this secured. You know, after they lost the Damine, well, they didn't technically lose, but the lease was not extended. RNA Hughes' ex-wife moves to stop sale of properties. And a big one here, MP's arrest in Amsterdam. FBI issued warrant in April, according to the majority. And yesterday we had a chance to speak to Roxy Nelson, Dapiamekpo, the majority chief whip, who made a number of those revelations to us here on the show as well. And yes, rightly so. It's that interview we did, and that's on the front page of the Daily Guide newspaper this morning. Baumia positions NPP youth for 2028 victory. Yoko detains Dr. Sledge's wife over myth probe. And you find that only 23% of salary workers able to save. CTVET to conduct unified TVET examinations nationwide. Ghana's economy expands by 7.7% in February of 2026. Macroeconomic instability threatening banking sector, and Ghana urged to tap global gateway investment package. The News Center. Don't renew Takwa lease. IEA pushes for full Ghanaian control of Goldfields mine after April 2027. Ghana's identity system among world's best. Baden is a CEO. Moses Kwesi Baden is a founder and CEO of Margins ID Group. Takwa lease row. Chamber of Mines claps back at IEA. They've been responding to the IEA and their demand that, look, give this to locals. MTN Ghana kicks off 30th anniversary celebration. Custodian is the last one I have here this morning. Big banner story. Afenyo Markin scolds government over anti-farmers policies. You'll account for your deeds. Baumia warns power-drunk state actors. Prudential Bank clears bills for children at Tema General Hospital. Don't extend Goldfields Takwa mine lease. IEA urges government. Anodompre probes Mahama to revive Ghana's dying economic sectors. Say a good morning as well to Mr. Hughes this morning.
Mr. Egbeta, how are you doing? Charlie,
bless,
you look very
Caribbean-ish.
I have plans for the weekend. This is a summer shirt, a very
strictly
African wear, but it looks like a summer shirt, you know.
Strictly.
And then those who are wondering,
related.
please go onto our Facebook page. You can check out the shirts. A shirt of many colors.
Something
that you would wear if you ever have the chance to visit the Caribbean, you know.
Today I decided to be a bit.
You look like a very rich man.
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen. Amen.
The rain has showed everybody where power lies.
Yeah.
And it exposes us once more as a people, as a country. But most importantly, I think that. Beyond talking to officialdom, beyond asking officials to do, what they have to do or what they are mandated to do, the citizens also have a responsibility towards their own sanity and their own safety. That, for me, is very, very crucial. But we'll get into that conversation. Let's take a look at the daily graphic. I'm looking at the 50 SHSs to be upgraded.
Yeah.
The conversation, as I heard, being put out there by the president and also be reiterated by the Minister for Education.
Education, right?
Suggests that grade C schools will be upgraded to grade B schools. For me, that's also a good initiative. This is not the first time, though, that we're hearing that double track will end. You remember that we had heard at some point in the previous administration that double track was going to end. And the story continues. Now we know and have been told that it will end in 2027. 2027 is not far off, it's just next year. The timelines, though, we don't know, but I hope that we are able to do this so that it gives the children some breathing space. I had a very distressing call from a parent who has a ward at Abri Girls School on the mountains, and she said that this is is it a Hamley House or Canterbury House? One of the houses, I've forgotten exactly what it was, but it bore the name of an Anglican priest or an Anglican bishop, a late Anglican bishop. And she said that the dormitory is, or the house is overcrowded. You can't find anywhere to put your feet. The children are, the girls are, have been compacted like sardines, and she was not so happy about it. What her pet peeve was is that a new facility had been put up, and they were waiting for somebody, I'm sure, to come and cut the ribbon before the girls are moved into those places for them to have a breathing space. And in her own words, she puts it, the dormitory or the house is rotten in the sense that all the facilities are not in the best of shape. There are no spaces for the girls to feel comfortable. And these are adolescents growing up. They could pick up manner of infections if perchance one person has it. Their self-confidence, etc., could be injured. And she mentions that they always come home with cough, cold, because they are closer together. Like, it's not hygienic. So I'm happy that this will become a thing of the past. But in the interim, if a facility has been put up in a school, like you remember many years ago, I did something on the Kaira JHS in the Volta region with Joseph Armstrong. The DC at the time had the keys, but the building was done and the children were learning on the veranda or the corridor of the school. We spoke about it. He was invited to Accra. The next day, the classrooms were open for the children to go and use. I sometimes don't get it, that you have used state resources to construct these things. What are you waiting for before you open them up? What exactly are you waiting for? That's always been my question. That you put this facility up for the benefit of the people, for the benefit of the children, for the benefit of, if it's a hospital, for the benefit of patients, if it's whatever it is, for the benefit of the people. Then you're done with it and you're waiting for what exactly? I don't get it. School buildings, it happens. Hospitals, same. Name the facilities. So we need to, as a country, come to terms with the fact that as soon as the thing is done, the political pump and patch into it should become a thing of the past. And we don't have to be robotic in our nature, in our movement, and in our thinking when we are seeing people suffering. We should be able to make a proposition. Sometimes the politicians, they forget themselves. Sometimes they assume that, you are not in immediate need of that facility. That's why you have not come to them to come and say that, Honorable, please come and open the facility up for us. But I believe that if you are able to table reasons that are cogent enough to tell them, the minister or whoever it is, that, boss, you see, if we are able to open the facility now, these are the benefits that will accrue to us. If we don't, these are the consequences that will come along with it. I'm sure that they are human beings and they will find reason. But in most of the cases, you find that the technocrats or the civil servants are afraid, for want of a better expression, of political authority, so they are quiet. And I have had cause on many different occasions to have just made one announcement on Johnnie's bite, and the next moment the thing is open. And I said, but you're a big man.
So they knew about it.
Yeah, but I'm saying you're a big man. You are there. The facility is there. You know it is there. Perhaps the minister or the member of parliament or the DC or whoever it is may have even forgotten that there's something like that there. Because there's a lot on their plate. Politicians, if you ever have gotten closer to them, there are always a lot on their plates. So if you don't go and make a strong case for yourself for the facility to be opened, there's a problem. Look, a school is constructed. There are no toilet facilities. Then subsequently, somebody, a DC, MP, or minister, or whoever it is, or any of the government agency heads, says, okay, these are corporate social responsibility to this school. Let's go and construct a toilet facility for them. The toilet facility is done, and it is locked up. I had a particular case around the Ring Road school here, right behind us, next to the Lutheran school. When we did that expose on Community Connect, a new toilet had been constructed for the children, and it has been locked up because they were waiting for somebody to come and cut ribbon, and they were still using the old one, and sometimes using the drain the big drain behind the old facility so that they can ease themselves. Then I asked the question, so if the young girls want to swap their parts in the time of the month, how do they do it?
Yeah.
The dignity, the level of dignity that we drop, to it. So I would take the opportunity to urge teachers, doctors, nurses, civil servants, whatever it is, sometimes be bold enough and make a respectful request and reminder that, oh, Chief, we put up this thing about 2-3 years ago. It's been under lock and key. We are not using it. We need it now. Are you able to come and open it for us? Or should we go ahead and make the request and let the man or woman give you an answer contrary to what your request is? And then we can take it up from there. But until that time, when you have made that request, you cannot.
Most definitely. And we'll get into the details of some of the stories in the papers as well. What's caught my attention is the conversation surrounding the Takwa mine lease. I think IEA, Justice Sophia Kufu, I was hearing as well, the former Speaker of Parliament, Mike Eronokwe, Professor Mike Eronokwe, speaking to it. I'm going to read that story and what has been a response of some sort.
Honorable
Professor.
Reverend.
Okay, there's a Reverend
Professor.
as well.
The man has ended things.
Yeah.
Reverend Professor.
So
Mike Aaron.
That and then a response by the Chamber of Mines to perhaps put it in perspective, and then I come to you on that. So the Daily Guide's page 3 has a story. It's in a number of papers, but I have the Daily Guide, so
it's
I'll just
also
read
on the front
it.
page of the Daily Graphic.
Absolutely, absolutely, because a number of the papers have it, and it looks like it's a conversation that's coming up. Also, because I've seen a picture of Goldfields. Is it their CEO, one of their top men in the country, who's been speaking about how the Takwa mine operations in Ghana is about 25% of all of the mining they do the world over. So that suggests that that's a huge chunk in terms of what they receive. But here's a story in terms of what IEA has been saying. They say the Institute for Economic Affairs has opposed Goldfields Ghana's Limited's request for a 20-year extension of its mining lease for the Takwa mine, describing the move as contrary to Ghana's long-term economic and strategic interests. Now, speaking at a press conference in Accra on Tuesday, former Chief Justice and IEA fellow Sophia Abena Boafo Ekufu called on the government to reject the application and instead pursue a framework that guarantees meaningful Ghanaian ownership and control. Now, a few quotes from her. The IEA considers the requested lease renewal or extension, as we choose to call it, to be deeply inimical to Ghana's long-term economic and strategic interests and therefore calls on the government to reject it. That's one quote. Now, according to her, the mine produces about 500,000 ounces of gold annually, valued at more than $2.3 billion at current global prices. Another quote from her: the operations of Goldfields in Takwa exemplify the enduring consequences of extractive concession arrangements that overwhelmingly favor foreign investors. But the Chamber of Mines have been clapping back. Is the headline the News Center decides to go with. They say Chamber of Mines claps back at IEA. And here's a story. The Ghana Chamber of Mines has mounted a robust defense of the country's current mining framework, rejecting growing calls for the nationalization of mining assets and cautioning that abrupt policy shifts could undermine investor confidence, destabilize operations, and erode Ghana's reputation as a stable mining jurisdiction. The pushback comes in response to recent proposals by the IEA, which has urged government to reconsider lease renewals for major mining concessions, including Goldfields, Takwa Mine, and instead pursue full Ghanaian ownership and strategic control of mineral resources. At the center of the Chamber's response is a firm warning that Ghana's mining success story, built over decades of reforms, private investment, and regulatory evolution, must not be reversed by what it describes as emotionally driven policy prescriptions. So that is it. I think there's one more detail that I need to add, that government has issued a 2027 timeline for which operations by these large mining companies must be taken over by Ghanaians.
Yeah.
So that is the full circle in terms of the context in relation to the story. Is it a rush, or we're perfectly justified in seeking nationalization of our resources at this time? Because that push has been on. We saw Heath Goldfields take over a concession. We've seen ENP, as well, and now we're seeing this conversation.
I don't think it is rushed. I think it is a call in the right direction. I'm not sure that any of us has lived longer than Professor Aaron Michael Quay or the former Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana, Sophia, her ladyship, Sophia Kufu. I'm very confident in my mind, having done some work at least for the IEA with my good friend Dr. Gideon Chitanga from Zimbabwe and Jericho Kwapia back in the day in 2007, all the way in Gwolu and beyond, that the IEA knows its beans, and the IEA would not make a public pronouncement if they are not very, very sure of what they are saying. Now, over the years, we have been, and they are not the only ones who are saying it. They are, some CSOs have also been saying that, look, let's make sure that this stays here with us. The reasoning that I get from it is this. Over the years, we mine, and how much of the money do we get? Have you had the opportunity, Mawuena, for example, to go to Obuasi? I had the opportunity to go to Obuasi in recent time when our colleague PURI's mother passed, and then subsequently 2 years after I went visited the place. Look, Obuasi gives us a lot of gold, but go and check the Obuasi township itself. It looks like I don't know how to describe it. It doesn't look like,
it's called a hanging city.
It doesn't look like it doesn't look anything like Johannesburg. It doesn't look anything like it, right? And you ask yourself how the resources that are generated from here, what God in his infinite wisdom decided to bless Mother Ghana with, how we have benefited from it. A bigger chunk of the gold that is mined out of this country is not kept in this country. But for Gold Board, the story would have been completely different. There was gold for oil and many other initiatives that have come towards that direction. All those are piecemeal approaches. And I like what Mr. Ibrahim Mahama said. He said, look, I would rather have my money here to be invested in Ghanaian banks to help Ghanaians so that we can all grow. He sees the opportunity. I'm sure that's in the same line that the former Chief Justice, former Speaker of Parliament, asked him, this number 2 and number 3 and number 4 in a previous regime, singing the same song and telling you that we have been in there, we know what's happening, we see what's happening. The question is, do we have the capacity to be able to do this? Yes. The mining companies have said that they have the capacity to do it. Why is Goldfields interested in coming back?
Yeah.
Because they know what is there.
It's not a comeback per se. They own the lease now and they are operating. They just want an extension.
The lease will expire
next year.
But why are they interested in renewing the list or coming back?
It's 25 constitutes 25% of operations.
Exactly
for
the
them.
point. Now it constitutes 25% of the operations for them. What is the value? When you mention 25%, that it simplifies the conversation. What is their value? How much do they make from those mines? And how much do we as a country make from those mines? That's the question. And if the thing changes into Ghanaian hands, how much will we make? And how would that better the lot of the Republic of Ghana and the people within the Republic of Ghana? That's the conversation. So I will want to understand why there's a clapback from the Chamber of Mines, engineer Dr. Kenashibi, as to why that call is not in the right direction at this point. They need to come and give us further and better particulars as to what exactly the missing link is, or what exactly we may not understand. But at first glance and on the face value, if this has to stay with us for us to be able to mine our own thing, it is a good deal. for us. A very, very good deal for us. And I don't think that it is rushed at all. I think that while we wait for the 2027 period, we need to put in the proper structures, the proper measures to be able to be ready to take over. Like we've seen in the Damine conversation with engineers and planners. They've been working along with them for a very, very long time. They know the grounds. In fact, the machines belong to them. Expertise,
wouldn't this be
experience.
different?
Well,
because you see, you mentioned the Damine instance where the local participation was there, and they were doing some work for some time, and so they knew the terrain and pretty much they ran the operations. Isn't that the reason why government is saying, look, large multinational firms, by this date, make Ghanaian companies the ones to run operations in preparation for future possible
which
takeovers?
mine are we talking about? Takwa mine.
Not just Takwa mines. In fact, there's a sweeping. It's part of the sweeping
but Takwa mine
reforms.
so engineers and planners also has a hand around Takwa mines as well. The rules within the mining space is that you are Goldfields. You have come to collect the lease. You own the mine, while the lease is still in force. You are not supposed to be the one doing the mining. You're supposed to get.
It's now that it's coming in.
No.
In fact, it's now that the government has.
It's always been there. It's always been there. You own the mine. You own the lease. But you are not supposed to be doing the mining. Somebody else is supposed to be doing the mining for you. That's what they call the contractor. And for a very long time, that was how come engineers and planners was playing within that field. For a very, very long time. So, Goldfields and all those big companies that you talk about, they have had to depend on the expertise, the machinery, and the experience of engineers and planners to be able to run the place. Now, do we have another engineers and planners? In the last bid, we saw companies, right? Hit Goldfields, we saw Maripoma, we saw a couple of them, right? In the last bid. Can we go back to that conversation and start looking at capacity and start looking at how we can encourage them to build and start looking at how we can strengthen their loins so that they're able to take over? Because if it's left to me, if my father has something, I will not go and call an outsider to come and help me to handle it if I have the capacity and the capability to be able to handle it. So I think this is a call in the right direction. We need to own our stuff. Since the colonial days, it's been people doing it on our behalf and we getting a pittance of what is generated. I think it's time for us now to get what is ours and to own what is ours and to enjoy what is ours and to use it for the benefit of our people. That's what I think.
Right. Let us know what you think as well, because it looks like this mine conversation is one that will come around and might stick with us for a while as Goldfields continues in the advocacy for a renewal of the license, and a number of us as well, including the IEA. When I say us, I mean different groupings, right? The IEA inclusive, all pushing for nationalization. A number of you have been sending messages in relation to this. Neron de Boanegros has sent quite a long list.
Volume.
Yeah. He says, it's sad that this is coming from the Chamber of Mines. Can the government take over so that the nation can have a mine of its own, generating more revenue instead of always taxing the citizens? For 30 years of mining, what have they done for the country? They can't even develop the town in which they are mining, he says. Aaron Babako Kokomisa is in relation to the headline I read about the Ghana Water Company situation. Says that, good morning to you. The recent advisory from the Ghana Water Company Limited instructing residents in Western Accra to store water is strategically flawed and lacks temporal relevance. The communication is fundamentally reactive, as a service disruption commenced on Wednesday preceding the official notice. The water company must transition to a proactive notification framework. I propose a mandatory 7-day lead time for scheduled maintenance, supplemented by consistent reminders, providing a week of foresight rather than a delayed 24 to 48-hour notice. It is essential for effective consumer preparedness and institutional accountability, he says.
Speaking of which, the Ghanaian Times on the back page reports that parts of Western Accra to face water supply interruptions And they say this is because of the low pressure following technical challenges at the Wager water treatment plant. And the areas to be affected include Dansoman, Mamprobi, Mataheko, Latebi Okoshi, Kolebu, La Paz, McCarthy Hill, Bawe, Malam, Tesano, Dakuman, North Kaneshi, Dome Achimota, Anya, Ablekuma, and the surrounding areas. And it says, well, engineers are working towards it. If you've noticed, the pipe doesn't flow as much as it works to my benefit, though, because some of us, we wake up very, very early, sometimes around 1:30 a.m. That's when the water flows, so you're able to store water. But they're encouraging customers or residents
it's a bit difficult
to store water.
Imagine me, for instance, who lives at dawn, returns very late.
You live alone, so who's going to store the water for you?
You can imagine. So it will be difficult for persons in situations similar to mine. Then it becomes very difficult to store, because what do you stay and arrive in the office late to try and store water, or do you deprive yourself of sleep to store water? And the water flows once a week.
It's one of the, I mean, so essentially we need to store water, but it brings a bigger conversation of how obsolete the pipes that the water flows through are. We have always spoken about it. I've always complained about the fact that we used to have Ghana Water and Sewage Company Limited. That was the original nomenclature. Ghana Water and Sewerage Corporation. Just like we had Ghana Post and Telecommunication. We decided that we're going to divide them into two. And we sold Ghana Telecom. You remember? And left Ghana Post to be suffering. Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, in his wisdom, decided that we should have Ghana Post and Telecommunication. That was how it was called, why it was called PNT. We decided to sell the T and left the P to suffer. The same thing we did with Ghana Water and Sewerage Corporation. Because when I was growing up as a boy, that was when they bring your water bill, that was the nomenclature on it.
Yeah.
And then we sold the water component. Remember Aqua Vitens Run? Do you remember Aqua Vitens?
Aqua Vitens.
We brought them in pretty much like PDS. What did we get?
To help with
what did we get
for Ghana Water Company?
What did we get? So we sold the water part. Now you see the sewerage part. All those pipes that had one sewage line around the Tema areas and it was well organized. Go and see. These days people sit in their houses and before they know, boom, somebody's number two is appearing in their homes. And then you find all these tanks that are supposed to be pulling people's stuff in town, in traffic, haphazardly, some leaking their stuff on the roads and all of that. But we know that since that time, we have not had any major change of the underground pipes. And we keep talking about the fact that these pipes are metallic. And anybody knows that after some time, all these metallic pipes have to be changed.
Yeah.
What efforts have we made to be able to change them? Beyond the conversation around galamsey, siltation, destroying the pumps, low pressure, whatever it is. How have we worked over the years? And I'm not blaming Adam Mutawakilo, but how have we worked over the years? CEO after CEO, or MD after MD, to be able to change the pipes underground, because that's also a major problem. I grew up in the Kaneshi estate. Our underground pipe at the time in the house was, I think, a copper pipe or so, and another metallic pipe. At some point, we realized that the pressure was so low. The Ghana Water Company people came to us and told us to change that to PVC pipes. We changed that and the pressure changed. So if they know and they tell residents to change, why has the Ghana Water Company not taken pleasure in trying to change it over time? Because they make a lot of money selling water to us, right? They make a lot of money trying to sell water to us. They harvest raw water, they will add chlorine, maybe alum, maybe silt it a bit, sift it a bit, and push the water to us. The raw water is not sold to them. This morning it has rained. The rivers and the lakes will be full. The rivers and the lakes that will feed the wager, the pond treatment, etc. Nobody goes to take money from them for it. But when they are giving us the water, it is sold to us. It means that they are in business and they are making some money. So they have to wake up and change those pipes. Number two, Mawuena, have you noticed that when you report a problem to the Ghana Water Company, they come, they fix it. If it has to be do with digging the pavement or digging the middle of the road, it is dug, and then after that, it is left alone.
Yeah.
Have you noticed it? And I've had so many instances. I've spoken to Stanley Mate over it. I said, what is the SOP of these guys you send up there? Because before they come to fix the problem, let's say a burst underground pipe, before they come to fix the problem, the road would have been asphalted. The pavement will have pavement blocks properly laid. And they are not alone in that situation. The telcos are also part of the problem. ECG is also part of the problem. They dig and then they take out whatever they have to take out. They fix whatever problem they have to fix. And then they leave the situation there. So I'm asking, what kind of interagency collaboration do they have that Ghana Water Company will pick up a phone and tell the assembly that I am going to location X to go and fix an underground pipe. It will take me digging, and when I finish digging, please let your people be on standby so we can fix it. If they have to pay something small to the assembly to get the engineers to fix it, why not? But then you ride through town, they have dug some parts of the road, they have dug some pavements, they have dug some street corners and heaps of sand, and it's been left there just like that. And based on that small pothole that is created, or that opening that is created, you find that the road start deteriorating and start going bad, and the people start complaining, traffic builds up, people have to visit the workshop every now and then. What's going on? This is basic, simple interagency collaboration. Basic. You will not go to the UK and see somebody has gone to dig somewhere, water company has gone to dig somewhere, and then they've left it, and it is there for weeks, for months. You will not find that. The telcos will not go and dig anywhere, underground cables, and leave it. But in our country, we do it, and we do it with glee, and we leave it. We behave like those mechanics. You take a vehicle to the mechanic to go fix for you. You tell the mechanic, oh, my traffic indicator doesn't work. He said, oh, no problem. He fixes the traffic indicator, and your reverse light is constantly on. Or you tell him that your brake is not functional. He fixes the brake, but your clutch doesn't work. So they fix one problem, and then they generate another for you. We must stop that as a country. And you see, it's consistent. We keep doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, to the point that the people have now become used to it. So if somebody has a burst pipe, and then they come and they fix it, and a big underground burst pipe, they come and fix it, and they leave all those things there, the people don't even complain about it again, because they know that my water is flowing. But should it be so? Should it be so? ECG is guilty, the telcos are guilty, Ghana Water Company is guilty. They are all guilty of what I'm talking about. And our listeners and viewers can tell us. They know it. They know what I'm talking about. And it is all over the country. They do it every time. In fact, this morning, if they have to go and fix something somewhere, or some telco has to dig something, and sometimes they tell you they are fixing some fiber optic, or they are doing something, they make it look so very, very important. Of course, it is important. But when you are finished, know that school children use those pavements to go to school. Know that old and vulnerable people use those same pavements to go to school. Know that somebody has just bought a new car, struggled through the period to get some maybe 90,000, some 95,000 to go and buy some small car to be able to go through Accra, because Uber, Bolt, Yango fares are chopping them. And then they had to contend with potholes that you have created, man-made potholes. How?
And very legitimate in terms of these concerns as well, and the expectation on the water company in particular. I think Aaron's suggestions as to forward-looking in terms of the conversations is very important. But of critical importance also to national image, and I'm moving away completely from the water situation, is our recent tango. I mean, the good people of Ghana, our tango with the Federal Bureau of Investigations in the United States.
FBI is in town.
They've been in town for some time.
I know, but when I say FBI in town, some people don't like it.
Particularly since last year. There's been...
In fact, before last year. The FBI has been in town way before that.
So we've seen an increase in the number of reports of persons extradited, persons arrested, persons being sentenced, cybercrime, romance fraud. In terms of the reporting and the arrest and whatever, that has picked up quite some heat since last year up until this year. And yesterday, news came from the U.S. Attorney General's office in Ohio, to be specific, where 3 Ghanaians, 2 siblings, 22-year-old siblings, twins, as a matter of fact, and they go by very interesting names. Lancaster and Arrangement. That's the names they've operated with. Were arrested in Virginia somewhere this year, along with another Ghanaian, a 50-something-year-old Ghanaian, in detention. There's the Abu Trika case. And if you read a story which was put out by the Ohio State Attorney's Department, about 5 Ghanaians already sentenced for different matters in relation to romance scam. And as much as we will say, oh, they are doing well, we have to have the conversation. Why are we seeing
what conversation do you want to have?
In the manner in
what
which
conversation would you want?
Seeing
if the law enforcement has caught up with the thief, what conversation do you want to have? Mawuena, what conversation do we want to have? You don't want to work. At 22, you want to live like somebody who has lived in this life for more than, or worked for more than 40 years. Mawuena, what conversation do you want to have? A 22-year-old boy wants to drive a Ferrari when his grandfather, who has worked for 40, 50 years, doesn't even have a bicycle to show for it. What conversation do we want to have? Mawuena, have you not realized that ever since the FBI started showing their teeth properly, after being here for some time, you see all the big nightclubs have closed down?
A number of them.
So people don't work. But you go to those nightclubs and you find that people have spent up to 800,000 cedis on one night. Do you know what 800,000 cedis is? 100,000 cedis in the old currency is 1 billion. I lie. 1 billion.
To the 8 billion titisika.
8 billion titisika or what the fuck with D. And what are they spending it on? They are buying champagne. They are buying shisha. Then they have daughters of Eve around them. iPhone 17. I'm not against people living soft life. Work hard for the money. Mr. Ibrahim Mama said something when he was giving the money and opening the Jata cement depot for the gentleman who was chased away from South Africa. He said he wants him to sell the things, make profit, and reinvest it into the business. These twins, they were going to collect what, $2 million after chopping $1 million.
The story you were telling, you were narrating yesterday.
$2 million. They followed Obroni to go and collect $2 million after chopping $1 million already, and some other coins. Now the Obroni decided that, look, I am going to be your drop-off person, because they apparently confided in the Obroni that, oh, this is what we do. So the Brony said, oh, I'll be a drop-off person. You scam Phil. Mawuena, you scam Phil. And then when you scam Phil, let Phil drop the money off with me. Then I will remit to you. So that has been going on for a long time. And then they invited Obroni home. The Obroni came down to Ghana. Came to see where they live, how they live, what they do, big boy life, everything else. And then Obroni went away. And then Obroni came back again and said, look, this is your 1 million. But the 2 million of the 3 million, you have to come with me to the US to come and collect it. Sheepishly, they followed Obroni. And then when they got in there, they grabbed you. Why should I be feeling sorry for such people? I will be feeling sorry for them. And you know, the 56-year-old is what even... So what was he teaching them? We will wake up at dawn and use cold water to bath. And we went through the rain this morning to be here. Just so we can get no coffee to go back and feed our families and keep body and soul together. At 22 years, you want to live like King Solomon of current memory. Why should I be feeling sorry for you? If I were the FBI, I would pick all of them up and jail all of them. All of them. That kind of unnecessary pressure that they buy for people must stop. It is the reason you have biscuit factory jobs. I've worked in a biscuit factory before. It's the reason you have biscuit factory jobs and people who have no work experience don't want to work in a biscuit factory. Because they'll be thinking, how much would the biscuit factory pay me? 1,200, 800, 1,500. It's not good, I won't do it. They are looking for money, work that will pay them 40,000 cedis a month, 60,000 cedis a month. And even that, they won't be able, it will not be enough, so they have to do other things. These boys are the reason most of the young girls are doing hookup these days. Some of these boys. They are the reason some of the girls are doing hookup these days. They won't focus on their studies. Their nails are so long. They come from a home where their parents, the whole family of 6, sleep in a single room. The whole family of 6, including them, sleep in a single room. Suddenly they go to university. The parents struggle to gather money to take them to the university. After first semester, they come home. They have an iPhone 17. They come home. They don't want to do any house chores. They come home. They have bone straight. They come home. They have a makeup kit with foundation and all those things they put in there.
Are you speaking against?
No, I'm not speaking against it. I'm saying that you are a student. You are in level 100. You are in your first semester, second semester. Your parents are taking care of your school fees and your hostel fees. They are struggling to do it. How are you richer than your parents when you don't work and your parents who work cannot even make ends meet? Does it make sense? It doesn't make sense. I am not against anybody. If you come from a rich family and your dad has money and he has worked genuinely for it and he's providing those things for you, touche. But where you come from a poor home, and then your mother, and then some of the mothers don't also help. Your child goes to the university. You 6 of you live in one compound house in a single room with a small porch, and you share washrooms with the other tenants. Suddenly this girl comes back from school and has everything and is able to provide for the family and wakes up at 10:20 a.m. and vanishes at night and comes back the next morning, sometimes goes away for 2 days and comes back. And you are not bothered as a parent, as a mother, to ask, where does my daughter go? Who is my daughter with? The story is told of a girl who was in a similar situation like that at Legon, the University of Ghana, one of the hostels. So this girl suddenly dies. I think in level 200 or so. Rumors are that they used her for rituals or whatever it is. This girl suddenly dies. So the parents have come to the campus, to the hostel, to come and retrieve her things, collect her things. And then the caretaker of the hostel says, oh, madam, 22-year-old girl. She has 2 cars parked, so she lives a double life. She comes to school and she has access to cars which belong to her, bought for her by these so-called boys who are supposed to have used her for whatever. And then when she goes home, she lives another life because the parents don't take pleasure in coming to visit and check up on her in school. And a lot of parents don't do that. They don't check up on their children in school. They just go and dump them in the school. They say, hostel near here, they pay everything, they leave them there. They need to focus on the children, the next generation. At 22, they are supposed to be in school. You know, so at 22, what business do they have playing romance camp at 22?
Some of these suggest it starts at senior high school.
Yes, but I'm saying that the parental care, the parental care,
and all of that.
At 22-year-old boys. 22-year-old boys, what were they doing? So the conspiracy to commit wire fraud and money laundering. 22-year-old boys. Do you know what I was doing when I was 22 years? I was a pupil teacher. A1, B1. I was a pupil teacher. 22 years. And it is scary.
Very.
There are people younger than them who are doing the same things. 22-year-old boys. This is sad. And we need to wake up because it looks like it's becoming the style. You know, these days, and I'm not against fashion as well. They do small mpese on their head. They shave around it. They have one small vehicle. They start small. Before you see, they graduated from Corolla to another one to another. And then they're always looking for something. Can you imagine? I met a 23-year-old boy who was telling me about trying to work to buy a jet. I said, what work do you do? He was standing there looking at me. No, if you are doing a legitimate business, if you tell me that you have, Mr. Ibrahim Mahama has given you, 40 shops to sell cement. And you are selling cement and you are making so much and you are saving and reinvesting into the business. And then in the next 5 years, you'll be able to have enough money to buy a Ferrari or Rolls Royce or to build a house or to buy a plane. I don't have a problem. But when I ask you, what work do you do?
I'm a journalist.
What work do I do?
You're a journalist.
What work does Phil do? He's a DJ. So if you ask Phil and he says, oh, this is my plan, you know that, oh, he has something that is raking in some amount of money, which he would use to be able to acquire those things. And even that, whatever he acquires must be commensurate with what he earns. Or if it's a gift or whatever it is. But where the person has no job, it is a problem. Go to the Nima areas. Maestro and the rest, they'll tell you, go to the Nima areas. There are boys who park luxurious vehicles along the road. They block one side of the road, park their cars. Go and see where they sleep. Go inside and go and see where they sleep. Go to Mamobi. Go to Newtown. Go to Aswasi Zongo. Go to Konongo Zongo. Go to all those places. It's a problem. It's a big problem. And we need to start focusing on it clearly. 22-year-old boy. It is a problem.
For me,
at 22, if you are a young lady, your mother is not supposed to be your maid servant. At 22 or 20, as a young lady, you are not supposed to be the breadwinner of the house. At 22, as a young lady, your nails are not supposed to be too long that they can't hold tomatoes to slice into two. At 22, as a young lady, hold on.
These days, they can use the nails for a lot of things.
I'm saying that, so I'm just saying.
I'm also providing a bit more in terms of
I'm just saying
context.
that if you live in a compound house with your parents, or even if you live in a gated house with your parents, and you leave home for first semester in the university, and you come back as a student, richer than your parents, to the point where you can sleep when your parents are awake to be doing house chores, your father and your mother, they have to catch them to Accra Psychiatric and check their head again. And there are many instances like that. You find young girls, their mothers are washing for them. Then say, how did we become this society? How did we become this kind of society? When you were trying to take the girl to school at the university, you went to actually borrow money. You sold some pieces of your cloth. certain uncles and aunties had to come to your aid before you could pay the first set of fees and actually get a hall at the university or a hostel for the person to go and live in. Suddenly, the person returns after first semester, has the top of the range phone, has money enough to take care of their family.
But I know a hostel in this.
On a daily basis,
There's a hostel. During vacation, there are more cars parked outside the hostel. Because they can't send the cars home.
Mawuena, I was just telling you this right now. I said somebody died at Legon. This was something that was told to me by a trusted source at Legon.
Okay.
Somebody died at Legon, a young girl, allegedly used for by. She's a big girl. She doesn't attend lectures. She's all over the place, nightclub after nightclub, chilling after chilling, weekend on the Bree Mountains, rendezvous, coming back. And sometimes, look, those of us who even work, sometimes you feel intimidated. It takes confidence to walk in this town because you feel intimidated. I've had cause to reject, stuff from people. You go to an eatery, you want to eat, and say somebody is paying for you, and you check the person who wants to pay for it and say, where's all the for?
Johnny,
how did he get the money to be able to pay for my meal?
You're a bit older than me. I want to find out. It looks like, through observation, is that a canker with us, this generation, where, because I completed GIG with a lot of my mates. Some told me clearly, when we were going through the phase of internship, and it's like it's something common. Everyone wants to now get rich. Every young boy wants to get rich. Every young girl wants to get rich, but they don't want to go through the mill. Even now with the social media and its payment and all that, everybody
wants to be an influencer.
They monetize and they tell you that they are waiting for their Twitter. So you have a bunch of people going to meet the Bank of Ghana governor because their monetization, their money hasn't come through. People are not really working, if I can use that word. Is this something that is a canker with this generation?
It is not just this generation. You see, we sleep in this country and we wake up and somebody suddenly springs up and he's throwing money all around and he's so rich, a filthy rich, and doing things. You dare not ask how he made the money.
You hate.
Yes.
They will say you hate it.
Yes, but you hate the person. You dare not ask how did the person make the money. There are people who have, and we have seen rich people in this country. The people who made money, and you know that this is what he does to make money. There are people who are rumored to have covered up their stuff, whether drug business or whatever.
But we still know a clear part of how
this is what he does. That's why I asked Mawuena, what do you do? He said, I'm a journalist. What do I do? I'm a journalist. What do you do? You're a journalist. So if tomorrow you have a small phone or a small laptop, it is from your sweat.
Yeah.
Or even if it may be a gift from somebody who values the work that you do and says, take this, it will help you to do your work. But if you are a 22-year-old boy and you want to drive a Lamborghini, your father does not have a Buzanga Volvo. You want to drive a Lamborghini at 22 without working.
God has blessed me.
This kind of blessing. Look, you see, so it's the society itself is not about this generation.
Yeah.
It is about what we learned from the older generation.
And it looks like society don't question these things anymore.
When Abu Trika, and without prejudice to the issues, when he was picked up, the people who massed up at the basic court, did you hear what they were saying? They were not talking about what the authorities were fingering Abu Trika for. They were not interested in what crime he had committed or not, or he is alleged to have committed or not. They were interested in what they benefit from Abu Trika and how that will be curtailed.
The conversation about he pays fees and
when he goes.
That was what was dominating.
When I was growing up, there were people, I grew up in Abosokan as well.
Okay.
There were people who were known thieves, like pickpockets, some armed robbers and the rest.
Yeah.
Whenever there was a swoop by the then striking force and they come and pick them up, you find people who come out to say, this one, we all know but he's a good man. When we are hungry, he gives you
go to him and all that, yeah.
So he's a very good thief. But is he supposed to be? Is that supposed to be the standard? That's why I'm asking that. We sleep in this country. We wake up, and somebody suddenly comes up, and he's a very rich guy, or a very rich woman, and we don't ask questions. Recently, a lady was arrested in the U.S. Right, one of our Ghanaian musicians. They call them celebrities. I don't say anything celebratory about that. One of the ladies who was arrested is Hajia something.
Hajia for real. Mona.
Why was she arrested?
Romance.
She wasn't just arrested. She was
incarcerated.
I think for a year.
Why was she incarcerated?
Romance
scam. How did Hajia come about? We woke up one morning and here was this beautiful lady
in your faces,
flaunting money, showing us stuff. Who complained about it? If you dared spoke about it, they say you hate.
Haters.
You hate. And then when eventually...
But this was the same person who also went for an interview and talked about the fact that young girls need to work hard and
I'm saying that we also know people who have slept with people's husbands who have come to tell young people to work hard. That one too is there. I'm coming. Don't stop this thing that you do, Mawuena. I don't like. It's Friday. No, don't spoil my joy. Don't spoil my joy. Relax.
Down for me.
Relax.
I'm
done.
I beg you.
So, society in itself must now take time to examine. And you know, the strange thing is this. Today is Friday. Tomorrow is Saturday. Sunday will come. Some of these boys, and they are not just, unfortunately, these are Muslim boys from Nima. But there are Christians who also do this.
Oh, the Dada boats and coos who
go to church to go and give fat tithes. There are Christians who do this, who have no work experience, who are suddenly made harvest committee chairpersons or fundraising chairpersons. There are Christians who do this, who go to church and they line up people and pay their school fees. There are people who do this, who buy holiday flying tickets for their pastors to travel out and they do shopping for their wives and Safumami and everybody else. And the pastor mounts the pulpit and cannot tell them, "That says the Lord." Stop it. They cannot say it.
They will tell you they are smart.
They are not smart. The day of reckoning is coming.
It has already started.
It has started. And you see these two boys, I tell you, if I know what I know, they will talk. They will sing like birds. These ones, they have not seen Takashi before.
22-year-olds are very...
They will just keep them inside small, isolate them small, show them something small. They will sing. You think that Hajia did not sing?
In fact, it was in the aftermath of her incarceration that it really picked up heat.
Names will come up.
Names actually came up.
Have you now not noticed that the nightclubs have started closing, the big ones?
Yeah.
And then some of the big boys who used to flaunt money, I got money, you see, they have all started vanishing.
I'm sure.
Their names are already there. That's why I keep saying the FBI is in town.
Right.
The FBI, it will find you.
Yeah.
And when they find you, they will squeeze you.
Absolutely.
So if you're a young person listening to us today, this morning, you are going to finish your SHS.
I think at age 22, we were still at Radio GIG, right?
Can you imagine?
We were still learning how to use the console.
What you were learning at Radio GIG, come and do it for me now.
You see, it's exactly the point he's raising. That at 22, there's a certain path for you.
Tell him, Mawuena, I brought a young phone home. The way I was ripped. Yam phone. No. I was asked, how did you get the phone?
Today, parents don't act. Look, the girl goes for a washing. She doesn't sleep at home. She comes home the next morning and she has pizza. She's coming home around 11 something after leaving home around 4 p.m. She's coming home the next morning after 11 a.m. and she has pizza. She has a giant Coca-Cola, a giant soft drink.
Yeah.
She has money. She has this, she has that, she has that. And then she brings it.
Johnnie, it's normal. We've gone to see girls and their mothers are there. We are holding hampers.
Their
mothers are pushing.
And their mothers are washing. Their mothers are washing and cooking.
And they are pushing the girls to because we came with
and you see sometimes the father also does not have. So try as he would want to speak. See, he will be looking at the thing. He wants to make a comment, But he cannot say anything because
usually they see through, but they can't make comments because how are you going to provide?
Yeah, but how are you going to feed yourself? Because when they finish cooking the jollof, you yourself, you eat some of the council.
First day, this woman saw me. Hey, I'm now Kurunaba. Like, because I brought a politics with this in
My mother doesn't know about this.
I mean, most of the mothers are.
I understand.
And they feel the awards are a tool to use to move out of poverty. Like most of them see it that way. That okay, my award would be the one to take.
If you don't know, they are being used as sex tools.
Yeah.
Not sex tools, sex tools. Now, I this is my final admonition.
Yeah, wrap up for me.
Today, we will go to the mosque. I want to urge the imams, sheikhs, and malams
to speak about it.
Use the platform. Speak about this. I would want to go to Nima and go and hear the mosque there using these two, Jamal Abubakar, aka Jamal, aka Arrangement, and Kamal Abubakar, aka Lancaster. I would want to go to Nima and hear them talking about them as bad examples in society.
Right.
I would want to go to church on Sunday and hear the pastors in the various churches talk about these things. That is where morality, the church is supposed to be the fiber of morality in society. How is the church holding up to this? They themselves are beneficiaries of the rot.
Because now they are pushing us by force. They want to buy new drums. They want to buy new this.
They want to even go on holidays.
So they want to buy. Osofo wants to buy this.
Osofo and his wife wants to go on holiday.
Osofo will use some sympathy and tell you that his friend was given a Range Rover.
So
he also deserves
round light.
Come earlier.
Round light. Can you imagine?
Let's do sports now with Mutala Yakubu.
Let's do some sports here on 3FM Sunrise. My name is Mutala Yakubu. Coming up this morning, day 3 of the Africa Athletics Championship has come to a closure, and we'll be getting a report from that. Also, Ghana began the under-17 AFCON tournament with a draw against Algeria after leading by 2-0. We'll be hearing a lot from that one as well. And also, the Democracy Youth Cup is currently ongoing, and today we'll see the final game being played. Let's start off with the ongoing Africa Senior Athletics Championship, where Ghana's 4x100 men's relay team have booked a place in the final after winning their heat at the ongoing championship. They can potentially increase Ghana's tally over 3 medals on Friday when they compete in the final. And my colleague Bill Shen, who has been there, filed this report.
Day 1 brought hope, Day 2 was disappointing, and Day 3 has brought hope once again. Ghana have finally won some medals at the 2026 edition of the Senior African Athletics Championships. Now, the first person to win a medal for Ghana was Florence Agyemang, who finished third in the 400 meters for the women with 51.87 seconds. And then the floodgates opened because Alex Amankwa also won a bronze for Ghana in the 800 meters with 46.18 seconds. And then also in the high jump, we had a silver medalist, Esther Obenewa, winning silver with 1.81 meters, clearing the bar at that level to claim the silver medal. And then going into the relays, in the 4x100 meter relay, we know that the female team has already advanced to the final, and the male team also advanced to the final by storming to first place in the second heat with 38.69 seconds. The quartet of Edwin Gadayi, Joseph Paul Amwa, Ibrahim Husseini, and Abdul Rashid Saminu led Ghana to that final place, and they are expected to compete with the likes of Nigeria for the gold medal in there as well. So a lot to look forward to in the next day of the Senior African Athletics competition here at the University of Ghana Stadium.
Bill with that report there. Still on the African Athletics Championship, Team Ghana continues to make stride as Alex Amankwa clinched bronze in the men's 800-meter final after clocking 1 minute 46.18 seconds, becoming Ghana's second medalist at the competition. Earlier, Florence Ajimai secured Ghana's first medal after finishing third in the women's 400-meter final with a time of 51.87 seconds. Speaking after his race, Amankwa expressed delight at winning a medal for Ghana and praised the support from the team and fans.
I'm pretty happy. I thought I could have done a little bit better, but I got a little trapped. But some of the Ghana magic pulled me through the last 100 meters.
Doing this on home soil.
Yeah, no, it means a lot. I was born in Winneba, and to come back here and get a medal for my country, it's a full circle moment, and I'm just so happy to be able to give that back to my country. Of course, man, hey, I have a lot of confidence in myself. I believe in the work I do, and this is just a tipping block. I'm getting older, but I'm getting faster, and I look forward to more challenges and doing more for myself and the country. All the best, thank you.
Alex Amankwa, they're still on the Senior Athletics Championship, but since it started, a number of challenges have been highlighted across social media. One key element is the food for athletes. Now, my colleague Bill Eshen paid visit to the Games Village and comes through with this report.
A key aspect of the 2026 Senior African Athletics Championship is the feeding of athletes. Now, in the first few days of the competition, there has been surfacing of negative videos and pictures of the feeding of the athletes at the competition. And today, we have come to the Games Village. Behind me is that dome, the dining hall where the athletes gather to eat. And we are going to go inside and explore and find out exactly what these athletes are fed before they go onto the field, onto the tracks to compete.
I'm very much impressed by the improvements that have been made. So initially on our first days, it was difficult. Now I'm happy with the change and the improvement. I think the authorities have heard what we're crying about, and they actually did something about it.
I'm sure you saw some of the comments on social media about, the feeding here. I mean, what do you make of it?
That comment is for their own. It's for their own. Me myself, the food is very delicious and very good. So that's what I can say.
This is just the very, very piquant. Yes, just this. I like it. This is very good. The breakfast, the bread and chocolate, the coffee too.
It's actually pretty good.
So Bill, there with that report from the Game Village, with many of the athletes now saying that the food has improved massively. Away from athletics, let's do some football where super sub Mohamed Fousseni scored the winner as Royal Union Saint-Gilloise lifted Belgium's Cronky Cup following a 3-1 victory over Anderlecht in extra time. The Brussels derby final was played at the Lotto Park, which saw Union Gilloise triumph in extra time with the Ghanaian forward scoring the eventual match winner. Having won the second and third edition of the Belgian Cup in 1913 and 1914, Union ended a 110-year drought in 2024 by defeating Royal Antwerp in the final. Now, 2 years later, Union have repeated that feat, with Fousseni being the hero of the side, and he spoke after the game.
It was an amazing feeling. I was a bit disappointed for the time I came in, but then I just had to give my best to the team, and then I was able to have a goal to help the team win the Crocky Cup. But to be honest, I had a rough season. The beginning of the season, I was injured for half of the season, and then I really worked hard to be back, and these are some of the moments I really worked hard to be back with, and then I'm really happy I'm able to get some few goals before the season ends. For me to keep scoring, help the team, we have an important game on Sunday, and this will be like the decisive match. And for me, I'm ready, and I want to score again. If not 2 goals, 1 goal, and then I can help the team so we can be champions of Belgium again.
Mohamed Fousseni there speaking after helping Saint Union Giloa to beat Anderlecht to win the Belgian Cup. Let's still stay on football, where Black Stars forward Antoine Semenyo has been nominated for the 2025-26 Premier League Player of the Season award after an outstanding campaign that has seen him shine for both AFC Bournemouth and Manchester City. The versatile forward and the recognition following a remarkable season where he's registered 16 goals and 4 assists in 35 league appearances. Semenyo's performance played a key role in City's push for the title after his January transfer from Bournemouth. Let's now do some grassroots football, where Atram Divise Soccer Academy emerged champions of the Maiden Democracy Youth Cup after defeating JPFC 3-1 in an entertaining final at the La Magdan Town Park in Accra. The Academy capped an impressive tournament campaign with another dominant display to secure the title and walk away with 10,000 Ghana cedi in cash prize, and also have some of their players being selected to have an opportunity of having trials outside the country. Former Sunderland player Gary Bennett was present throughout the tournament, and here is his reaction.
That's one thing. That's one reason why I'm here, because I know the amount of quality what they've got in Ghana. What we need to do is give them a pathway to go out there and show what quality they have got and give these young people an opportunity. Definitely so. I think when you've seen the technical ability which these young people have got, has been fantastic. What you just need to work on now is obviously the other side of it as well, is the mental attitude side of it. And if you can do that, then you've got 1 or 2 good players who can hopefully, fingers crossed, make it in Europe.
Gary Bennett, the former Sunderland player, was present at the Democracy Cup. Let's do some women's football, where Azakes Lady CEO Dr. Evelyn Nsiasari has expressed confidence in the team's ability to recover from last season's trophyless run and end the current campaign on a strong note. Their final opportunity for silverware comes in the Women's FA Cup final this Sunday, where they face Army Ladies at the Ohene Park in Kukrantumi, and it would be a big one. Now, speaking after presenting their league silverware medals to sponsors, Dr. Nsiasari noted that the final offers the team a crucial chance to avoid back-to-back trophyless season.
We believe that we are not going to disappoint in the FA Cup. We pray that the preparations that we have done so far, God should be our helper so that we can bring the trophy. At least we cannot go trophyless for the whole season. Last season was very bad. We couldn't even win our zone. But this year we won the zone, but we couldn't lift the main trophies.
Dr. Nsiasari, one of the defenders for Azakes Ladies, Blessing, is also saying that they are determined to win the cup.
Well, we are prepared mentally, physically, emotionally, even though the last game we lost had a turn on us, most especially emotionally, but like it's football, so we have to pick our pieces together and come back to what we know how to do best. So I think we are ready.
So that is a blessing there. Let's finish off with the ongoing Under-17 Africa Cup of Nations. The Black Stars surrounded a 2-goal advantage to settle for a 2-2 draw against Algeria in their opening Group D fixture on Thursday evening. With a comfortable 2-0 cushion inside the first 10 minutes, the Black Stars appeared to be cruising towards an important opening victory. Despite Ghana's impressive first-half display, Algeria emerged from the break with a renewed determination and intensity. The team must now quickly regroup and focus on their second game of the campaign, where they will take on South Africa to ensure that they qualify for the next round of the competition. That's all by way of sports here on 3FM Sunrise. For more, just log on to all our socials at 3 Sports GH. My name is Mutala Yakubu. The show continues after this.
from germs and bacteria with confidence. Cleanse hands.
Attention to all parents and first-year SHS boarding students. EduPack, the Ghana Education Service, approved and supported national SHS initiative implemented by Prospectus Ghana, is now in progress across Ghana. Our parents across the country are already registering, so what are you waiting for? Make sure that you register so your children's trunk, the Macintosh mattress and pillow and plastic chop box will be ready and waiting at their schools before reporting day. Do not delay and be caught in that usual last minute market rush. Carrying heavy items under pressure, sweating all over the place, dust entering your nose, feeling uncomfortable. I don't want you to go through that. But with EduPack, your child does not need to travel to school with these 4 essential items that I mentioned: Macintosh mattress, pillow, plastic chop box. No. All you need to do is to dial star 713 star 821 hash, star 713 star 821 hash simply, and then you get to register. Star 713 star 821 hash, or visit any ADB branch or go to www.edupackgh.com. Make payments, keep your receipts, and present it on the opening day to collect all your child's EduPack items. EduPack registration follows you to any SHS across the country where you are placed, so you don't need to worry at all. Avoid the stress, avoid the rush, prepare with confidence, all at an affordable price that you can pay. EduPack, approved and supported by the Ghana Education Service. For more information, please call 0500 600 607, 0500 600 607, or 0302 955 050, 0302 955 050. EduPack, no stress, no wahala.
3FM Sunrise.
You get the deposit, give me positive, don't tell me the opposite. Half price down for the minimal, half for the night.
And if you haven't been to the Legon Sports Stadium yet, you have to join them because the 24th African Athletics Championships Accra is underway. And it's the biggest of Africa's athletic spectacle. The 24th African Athletics Championships is coming live to you here in Accra. And the whole continent is gathered here. International press as well. From the 12th to the 17th of May, we're wrapping up this Sunday. The University of Ghana Sports Complex, Legon becomes the battleground where Africa's finest champions are going head to head with each other in a thrilling track and field competition. We have global stars in the country. Should I tell you about them? Well, let me go ahead. Beatrice Chebet is here in this country. Tobi Amusan is here in this country. Joseph Fambola is here in this country. Akane Simbene is here in this country. Bozala Samukunga is here in this country. Our very own spirited sprint champions, Benjamin Azamati Abdul Rashid Saminu. They're already picking up medals. This is speed, this is power, this is pride, this is Africa competing at its highest levels. The 24th Senior African Athletics Championship. Feel the heat. Champions within Africa, all gathered at one place. And this is powered by the Ministry of Sports and Recreation, the Confederation of African Athletics, and Ghana Athletics. I want you to be there. I want you to feel it live. I want you to witness history. And I want you to feel the heat. The gate is open, it's free of charge. Get in there, enjoy something special. Oh my God.
Never lie, also never die. That they stand tall, my boys and Kai no was a kakai.
Let's get on to the big conversation that talks about whether or not democracy is under siege, and whether people are being allowed to express themselves as they should or not. The NPP has not been happy about it. The leader of the NPP at this time, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's flag bearer of the NPP going into the 2024 elections, has not been happy about it. And then also a conversation about Ghana card. If you don't have a Ghana card, you may not have access to any essential public services. Is that the way to go? Is that not the way to go? We'll look at it. Yesterday, there was an emergency cabinet meeting. Take a look at the constitutional review findings by the Professor H. Kwesi Prempeh Committee. The President of the Republic has given indication that he intends to implement them. Yes, and the cabinet met. We're reforming our democracy, or we're repackaging power to be resided in a few people. Because the conversations around our constitution says that, well, we have to look at it again. We keep talking about it. Let's look at our constitution over and over again. Well, now we have a constitutional review committee. This will not be the first, by the way. I've seen the Professor Fiajo report. They gathered dust, we left it there. Now Professor H. Kwesi Prempeh has come. As for the professors, we don't lack them. But do we listen to what they say, or is it the case that what they say doesn't really sit with what we want to believe in? Those are the two conversations. Are we reforming our democracy, or are we concentrating power at one place? That's going to be our conversation for the big conversation. And you can join us always on Facebook at 3FM927, also on X. My name is Johnnie Hughes. It's a pleasure to welcome you to the
big conversation on 3FM Sunrise. The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise.
It's 28 minutes after 8 here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7. And listen to the former Vice President of the Republic, now flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party, former Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
We will take the debate, the ideas to the country, and we will make our case. We are, however, saying that we will not be intimidated. You can arrest all of us. We will come back and make it our case to the people of Ghana. And so I want all of you to come together as we are doing to make sure that in 2028 MPP comes back. 2028, inshallah, it is going to happen in 2028. It is possible. It is possible. It is possible. And we are going to work towards it. We are not going to sit down and say it will happen, but we are going to work. And that is why we are beginning the work early. And the training is to make sure that when we are in government, you will be able to occupy key leadership positions in this country. And that is where we are going to. The youth will take over the key positions as we move forward in this country.
Sunrise on 3FM.
We will take the
DESCON. DESCON. But a huge. Thank you very much. This is This is a great evening to herald the training program that you are going to go through in the next few days. MPP, we believe in the youth. And Dr. Bawumia believes in the youth. I want you to be assured that this training program is for your benefit. Because we want the youth to take key leadership positions. And we cannot get you into key leadership positions if we don't prepare you for the uptake of these leadership positions. And that is why this training program is going to take place over the next 2 to 3 days. 2028, inshallah, it is going to happen in 2028. It is possible. It is possible. It is possible. And we are going to work towards it. We are not going to sit down and say it will happen, but we are going to work. And that is why we are beginning the work early. And the training is to make sure that when we are in government, you will be able to occupy key leadership positions in this country. And that is where we are going to. The youth will take over
the key positions as we move forward in this country. You know that the vote is largely youth dominated. 2028, as was in 2024, will be a youth dominated election. And that is why we are going to really make a lot more effort with TESCON this time around than we did in 2024. So you are about 115 institutions who are here, and you will see me on a lot of campuses this year, next year, and 2028. We will take the debate, the ideas to the country, and we will make our case. We are, however, saying that we will not be intimidated. You can arrest all of us. We will come back and make it our case to the people of Ghana. And so I want all of you to come together as we are doing to make sure that in 2028 MPP comes back. We have
Sunrise on 3FM, the best in the morning.
The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise.
That was the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party, former Vice President of the Republic as well, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. My guest in studio, Mr. Solomon Owusu, is the Director of Communications of the United Party. Engineer Kwame Prempeh is the former Deputy CEO of the Public Procurement Authority and also an MPP National Organizer aspirant. Comrade A.A. Gafaru is a member of the Government Communications team, and he's also very instrumental in the Savannah region on the ticket of the NDC. Northeast, sorry about that. Good morning, gentlemen, and thank you very much for your time. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning.
Good morning,
Great.
Mr. Hughes.
Great. Did the rain beat you, Solo?
No, I didn't. I swept it.
You
But
swept
I
it.
like it when when it rains. Yeah, I like it.
You like it when it rains.
Yeah.
What about the rain do you like?
I can go and then relax.
I see. Kafaru,
Johnnie.
are you beaten by the rain too?
Well, not really, because actually from home straight to this studio in the vehicle, so I
Right.
wouldn't say I was beaten by the rain. But of course, I came in here smiling because I know the reset agenda is in progress.
I
and
see.
we are going to turn things around. In fact, we are turning the corner, or we've turned the corner, I must say.
I hear you.
The real corner.
I see. Engineer, the rain, it's raining.
Oh,
is the ground soft for you?
Oh,
in terms of your crisscrossing across the country.
In terms of that, then we are having rain or blessings, of rain. If you are discussing about my bit,
Yes.
it's going very well.
Is it soft for you?
Oh,
The
yes,
ground
yes,
soft
yes.
for you?
It's going very well. I mean, I've been doing the consultations and the discussions.
Sunrise on
definitely
3FM,
going very well.
the
And,
best in the morning.
I'm very, very, very hopeful. That it will happen.
We see. We thank God. Why are you insisting that there is press freedom decline and also that our democracy is under siege? Why, Engineer?
Johnny, first of all, let me say a good morning to the listeners, and also to you and the rest of the panelists here and those at 3FM today. And I hear you played a video for Voice of My Flag Bearer. He extends his greetings once more to all Ghanaians, once again. Johnny, I mean, I don't think it is us or anyone sitting somewhere and claiming that there's attack on press freedom. I mean, it's evident in things that are happening. Yesterday I accompanied one Nanado Nyame on TikTok to the police regional headquarters, because he was invited. He was accused, or he was reported to have insulted one chief or one distilled chief. Johnny, these are civil matters. This is not matters that the police should be, worrying themselves about. And I was quite amazed why they actually entertained the report from the said, person. We have gotten to an era where civil matters are being settled as if they are criminal matters.
Is it new to you?
Yes, I mean, at this level, at this rate. I mean, we are humans. Mistakes can happen here and there. Things can happen here and there, but not so consistently.
Is it new to you?
Yes, consistently like this, yes, it's new to me.
At this level?
At this consistency. I mean, it has gotten to a level where even some of your colleagues are even complaining about it, on air, So it is not us saying it. If you look at the cases since 2025, February 2025, coming, you see consistently, people are being deprived of their freedom. Civil cases are being treated as if they are criminal cases. Look at, let's look at what happened with our, one of our constituency organizers. He just posted a photo on Facebook saying Doomsaw is back.
Right.
And that was an offense. I mean, how many times did you not hear, people criticizing the president, ministers, and all that? How is that a criminal offense? Look at the case involving Abronye. When you see somebody criticizing a judge, how does that bring about, causing, fear and panic? What? The judges are above reproach. Can nobody criticize a judge anymore or anybody anymore?
And
in
the
this
sense of
country?
scandalizing the court. He is learning.
How did he
he's
scandalize
learning to
the court?
read the law.
Have you read the cases? It was not about scandalizing the court. It's about bringing about, causing fear and panic. That's what they are saying.
Singling out a judge to
No,
take
it was
him
a specific case.
to the cleanest.
No, it was a specific case, and then it's not taking him to the cleanest. It's criticizing him. And if you read it, it just doesn't make any sense. And it is happening consistently and consistently. Look at what happened, last year. And you see, and apart from people being arrested for no reason at all, I can also imagine that even in cases where there are investigations ongoing, in cases of corruption, right, alleged corruption, let me put it that way, and the CID or the BNI or the YOCO has initiated investigation. You are called to come and help for investigation, like it was done with Chairman Wuntumi.
Right.
Now, in the premise of our law, you are not. It is not by force for you to even answer questions when there is a suspicion that you've done something.
Right.
Right. So merely calling me to come and help in investigation, I come, you ask questions, I answer, I come with my lawyer. That is not a cause for detention. Because he was invited and he came. Why this long detention? If you have a case, put your case together, take the person to court, he will come and defend himself. And if he is found guilty, then whatever the law says that it should be done to him, it is done to him. But the case of using, the authorities to show people where power lies because they might have said something.
Is that what you see?
That is what I see that is happening. Look at what happened with Hanan. Right? All the noise that was made, we got to a point you say you are withdrawing your case. Fair enough, you are going to then reprocess him again. Why the cause for detention? The person has been coming to court all along. He's not a flight risk. You have all his documents, his passport and all his travel documents. Where is he going to go? Why detain him additionally because you want to ask additional questions? How does that make sense?
You think that constitutes showing where power lies?
That is what showing people where power lies.
What happened to Gregory Afoko?
What I'm saying is that Gregory Afoko's own was not a politically motivated issue.
It was not?
No, from where I say it wasn't. But the fact what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that's
where
never
the
happened
court
before.
had discharged him, but he was still being kept.
No, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that it has never happened before. What I'm saying is the consistency and the number of cases. That's what I'm talking about.
But where a court says, leave the man to go, and you still kept the man.
Again.
That cannot be compared to this in any way in terms of weight.
Sure, but how many cases are we talking about here?
One life is enough.
Oh, I'm about the consistency. The consistency. And it's not only me saying it, and not only MPP saying it. Anybody at all, who's looking at this with the neutral glasses will tell you that this doesn't make any
What do you
sense.
want the government to do?
What
is your wish?
No, I mean, my wish is, or what should be done, we must all follow the law. Simple. People must be given the space to express their opinion. People must be given the space to be part of the democracy. Last time I was on UTV, and when these things had happened, one of the panelists, threatening me, or this is the reason why some of you are picked up when you say something.
You were threatened?
Oh, yes.
Did you tell the police about it?
I didn't need to go and tell the police about it because I knew it wasn't going anywhere. But I answered him there. What I answered, I mean, you are not going to silence me, because you are going to arrest me for frivolous cases. No way. No way. I'm here to contribute my quota to our democracy. And I'm not going to let anybody at all, threaten me, especially when I know I have done no wrong. And that is what is happening. And it should stop. They should put a stop to it.
Do you know my colleague Tilapia?
Yes.
He put up a cartoon of Dr. Baumia and Samira. And he was literally being chased around.
Chased around by who?
Tilapia doesn't come to the office anymore.
No, chased around by who? I don't know by who.
This is a roadside.
Oh, but he was chased around by who?
This is the roadside.
I mean, I also learned some time back, there was one blogger who was also said he was being arrested. Up to now, we don't know who arrested him. But he was claiming he was kidnapped or
Bongo ideas.
Yes, I heard something like that. Who arrested that guy?
You didn't know about Bongo
No,
ideas?
maybe you can tell me. Maybe I didn't know. Who arrested him?
Do you know Ajafo of modern Ghana and his team?
My question is, who arrested him? You just spoke about Tilapia. You said he was being chased. And I asked by who?
You don't know.
I don't know. You tell me.
Okay.
Maybe a lot of our listeners will also
Do you know Ajafo, a modern Ghana?
What happened to him?
He was taken to the BNI and he was hanged upside down. That is not I covered that story.
Again, Johnny, two wrongs will not make a right. Right? What I'm saying is, when you asked me initially, has this never happened before? And I'm saying, I won't sit here and say it has never happened before. I'm talking about the consistency and the frequency of it is happening now.
Okay. So you don't want it to happen?
Ideally, it shouldn't happen at all.
But even if it should happen, it should be minimized. Is that what?
It shouldn't happen
at all. Is that what I hear you say?
No, what I'm saying is that it shouldn't happen at all. But as we are humans, people may err, something may come up. But when it is consistent and the frequency is increased, and it's a deliberate and it is targeted.
Are you not crying wolf?
How? Johnny? Johnny, how am I crying wolf?
No, I'm just asking you.
But it happened to your colleague as well. How am I crying wolf? People are being detained for no reason at all, and you say I'm crying wolf. Am I making up the stories?
No, I'm asking you. Because Bobia says case is still in court. His was purely a civil matter that was turned into a criminal matter. It's still in court. Under your watch.
It's still in court?
Yes. A civil matter.
Okay.
That land had been acquired by the former First Lady and former Second Lady.
No, you said under my watch or under MPP's watch.
You're
for
speaking,
the last I checked, the NDC has been in power for the last 16 months.
No, I'm saying that the matter started
what I'm saying is that if there was nothing in the matter, when the Attorney General came, he threw out certain cases. He could have also threw that one out if there was nothing in it.
So you think there's...
So I don't think it's something that is an MPP issue.
But do you think that the civil matter should have been graduated to a criminal matter?
No, I don't know the gravity of that case.
That I accused you of going to take state lands. How is that criminal?
Johnny, I don't know the details of that case.
No, I'm giving you the details now. That I accuse you, Engineer Kwame Prempeh,
Again,
my brother.
I can't respond to that case because I don't know the details. But what I'm saying is, if it was a frivolous case and it was started under MPP, and the Attorney General thinks it's frivolous, he could have thrown it away.
Ahmed Swale is still there, though.
I'm listening.
Ahmed Swale.
Yeah, I'm listening.
He died under witness protection.
I'm listening.
Under your watch.
I'm listening.
He's still dead. His killers have not been found.
I think he should be found.
That is not press suppression.
But by who? Who killed him?
I don't know.
Exactly. We don't know. But the cases that we are discussing, we know. We know the people who are prosecuting them. So let's not try and mix things.
No, nobody's
let's not try and compare apples with oranges.
No.
And I've also stated
this
here.
apples and oranges for you.
What I'm saying is that I've stated here that I'm not saying it has not happened before. I'm not saying we were living in a perfect society under MPP. I'm talking about the frequency and the consistency of cases. And you are bringing us some issues. It's an issue that started under MPP, which is still there. And I'm asking you, if it was frivolous, why has the Attorney General not thrown it out up until now?
Fair point. Gafaru, why are you intimidating the opposition? What have they done to you?
Johnny, let me first of all say good morning to the good people of Northeast, especially my communication officers and their deputies, as well as the regional communication team.
And let me also mention that we're live on Kesmi 107.1 in Tamale. Kesmi, yeah, 107.1 in Tamale. So Prempeh's constituents there, they would hear him. And,
So, my regards to them. They are doing so well as I am away, doing other things for the party. Now, Johnny, the NDC as a government condemns any arbitrary arrest of anybody for merely criticizing government. I'm not sure that defines who we are as a government. No.
So why is it
that
happening?
doesn't define us.
So why is it happening?
And
then?
of course, what was condemned in the past must be condemned today.
So why is it happening?
Just to put it on record, unlike in the past, when arrests would have been under the tacit approval of the president and people, who matters in the past government. Under this, let me assure you that there are some arrests that you would hear or see NDC appointees, including communicators, condemning it and say this is bringing unnecessary tension. Let's put that on record that we don't approve many arrests. But there are instances in which some arrests, you see, we have independent, state institutions that are supposed to protect.
Which arrests have you protested against?
I'm building up a point.
No, I want to understand the arrests that you have protested against. Then we can take it from there.
There are a couple. For instance, an organizer posting that the Dumso is back. Why would someone arrest such a person? It's unnecessary. It's irrelevant unless otherwise there is something that the state institution or agency that arrested the person is having that we are not privy to. Because it's not everything that government will be aware, because they are independent state agency, mind you. But you see, in as much as we would condemn any arbitrary arrest for merely criticism of government, it must also be stated that, Johnny, that he who comes seeking equity must come with clean hands. Must come with clean hands. And of course, when we are talking about arrests, MPP as an opposition, they seem to have anterograde amnesia. They easily forget what's just passed recently because they've left government not quite long. So when they are pointing fingers, they seem not to even recall what they themselves did. Because when we are talking about arbitrary arrests, they epitomizes that. Now, when you look at what happened, and you see, he was trying to run under the cloud of press freedom being suppressed. Meanwhile, he wants to rather refer to arrest or maybe suppression of political opponents, which is not the case. They are different things altogether. Free speech is a different thing altogether, and of course, suppressing press freedom is also a different thing altogether.
But then, if you listen to the party's organizer,
yes,
general secretary, and the youth organizer, Nana B, Salam, and Justin Kodu Afrimpong, they insist that press freedom is being, is being suppressed, and they don't think that's a fair thing to.
Statistics doesn't corroborate with
These
that.
These are two lawyers and one fine gentleman as well.
But we also have lawyers who would go on propaganda tangent, and I'm saying that assertion, statistics or data doesn't corroborate with that. For instance, check on the CDD page. You realize that from 2017, our global press freedom rating was on around 26 out of 180 countries. They brought it down and it declined before they left power to 50th. We were around 50th. From 26th to 50th. Now, when we came, it declined further to 52nd, in 2025. But now, as we speak, it is 39th, ranked 39th. This is how it has improved. Now, what is their record as far as this kind of, because he made mention about consistency. His concern is about consistency.
That's
because once we pointed to some of the happenings under their care, their watch, He now ran under the cover of consistency. Now, check something regarding what their record is. We were in this country when Oliver was arrested and charged for, felony, treason felony, over a social media post. We're in this country when Captain Smart, who is also a media person, was arrested. Several arrests for him we can't even count. We're in this country when Manasseh Azura had to leave this country to run for his life. This has never happened under our care, under our government, whether in the past or now. It has never happened. Caleb Koda, also a media person.
Right.
As well as Zoe Abu Bedu, if I get that.
Zoe Abu Bedu, yeah.
They were picked at the precinct of City FM. This was what you were doing. These were your records. Apia Stadium in 2017, when you came, you arrested him for just a comment. Dr. Ofosu Ampofo, a sitting a national chairman, my own boss, was arrested for merely,
there was a secret recording suggesting that there was some conspiracy going on.
The point is, we believe it was doctored. And based on that, he has been
the matter is before court, so I don't want us to...
Of course, I know, but I believe that he was unfairly, arrested, in a sense that under their care, there were many audios that leaked. And when you say, they will say it's doctored. But when we said his the audio that was related to him was doctored, they said no, he has to go through prosecution. This is the double standards we are talking about. Under their care, Koko Anyidu, who is no more an NDC member, was equally arrested and detained for several days. My own boss, lawyer Sami Jamfi, was arrested immediately he came out of this studio of UTV by plainclothes men that we didn't even know who they were. Arrested and then detained for some minutes till he was given bail, granted bail, just for commenting. Comments. This is your record under your care. Bobby answer that you've mentioned. So if we are talking about arrest, but of course, Johnny, the mere fact that you are affiliated to a political party should not be an immunity to the law. It shouldn't be an immunity to the law. Democracy does not mean immunity to law. Democracy includes allowing state institutions to work. That's what democracy is. But if you decide to now have amnesia when it comes to things that affects MPP, but you are sharp and loud, very loquacious when it comes to issues happening or affecting your own party, but when it comes to issues affecting other parties, you are fine. You are good to go.
Dr. Bawumia says they will take the debate. He said they will bring the debate to you. You can arrest all of them. They will bring the debate to you.
Well,
anyway.
If all of them, try to break the law, all of them will be arrested.
Hey.
Because the rule of law must be allowed to work. It doesn't matter the number. It doesn't matter the number. Are we not in this country when they say no one is above the law?
That's right.
So even he as a flag bearer, who is my uncle, breaks the law, he must be arrested. He must be arrested because he's not above the law. President Mahama was under investigation in opposition, a former president. So he himself is not bigger, he's not above the law. When we see a clear case of someone, being caught in a contempt of law, and the person is arrested, then you think anytime a person is arrested, because the person is affiliated to your party, the matter or the subject matter with regards to why they arrested the person should be...
Look at how many times you have arrested Abronya, for example.
At any point in time, it is about wrongdoing. At any point in time, it is about wrongdoing. Who should tell or who informs the MPP that when someone who is a regional chairman breaks the law, the person must be allowed, yes, because the person is a regional chairman? It mustn't be so. Then we should just scrap state institutions. We should scrap, law enforcing agencies, that they shouldn't do their work. They shouldn't do their work. You sitting here, Johnny, you have had your fair share for merely doing your work as a journalist. I wonder why they never even arrested you. But what happened and behind us, some of us may not be privy to. No, I'm saying, because now, look at the point is, other people were arrested because of that, and others had to run out of the country. Maybe because he was having that hard heart, or he's someone who doesn't care what happens. He will do his work. Maybe it's as a result of his demeanor and his posturing and what he believes in. That's why he was arrested.
Don't crack easy.
But what we are saying is, as a government, like we see, we operate differently from the MPP. If it must be condemned or it was condemned in the past, it must be condemned now.
So you're doing nothing wrong.
We are doing, and I'm saying those special cases, like for instance, the organizer issue, the one who posted that Dumso is back. If it is the mere fact, like I'm oblivious of what other charges were given, but if it is from the mere fact that the person posted that
Dumso is back,
and the person was arrested, it's condemnable, and I'm sure President Mahama will never subscribe to that, and that must stop.
But for the others who make reckless comments, you say they should be arrested.
No, if it is reckless comment, which is maybe, for instance, a comment that impugn the integrity of the law court or a judge, you must not be allowed to, you must not be left off the hook. You must be reprimanded. You must be hauled before the law court.
But that should have been a direction from the court to have that arrest effected. That should not be the police acting on its authority. Because you see, the police have had costs now to pay Bridget Otu and others 150,000 cedis each, and also to apologize to them merely for harassing them for going to protest. That also for me is press freedom, freedom of expression, curtailment, etc.
Agree.
Now, so the police should have learnt a lesson from this and not be going on that tangent.
No, the point is, the police, I don't think it is, solely defined that the court should have issued that arrest before the police effect that. Police is supposed to enforce law and order. And once you do something which is in breach of the law, the police must do their duty.
Okay.
Unless the police now arrest you and go and the court say, no, this one, it is this. But they are also having prosecutorial powers. And if it is not defined that this one, it must be for the court to decide, or this one, it must be for BNI. Sometimes their rule overlap. They overlap. That's why the last time I was here, Ullo, you remember I said, I believe that we have so many agencies that are established to fight corruption, and that I don't think it is appropriate.
For the
SP? Yes. We should have maybe one or two, and it's enough.
Okay. Let me bring in Solo. Solo, the MPP insists that our democracy is under siege and that press freedom is also being endangered. What do you think?
Good morning, Mr. Hughes. And
good morning, Mr. Osu.
Brothers in studio. Let me quickly pass a comment on the nationalization attempt of our mining sector as we discussed this morning. I'm with you through and through. Let me tell the Chamber of Mines, my brother Ken Ashigbe, that this battle he will not win it. Foreigners have been mining here for a long time. We have not seen anything. And you were spot on when you cited Obuase's example. Sometimes we allow people to use grammar to justify unseriousness in the system. What is wrong with the Ghanaian owning the mining companies? So this battle, he must understand, notice served. We and the Chamber of Mines, we wear one pant. Because they cannot confuse anybody. You are serving the interest of the West. The Chamber of Mines, is it not the Anglo Gold, the Goldfields, the Newmonts? Are they not foreign companies? So if you are speaking for them, you want us to take you. You see, they deceive the minds of the people.
How?
By creating the impression that Chamber of Mines is as though it's a chamber that is for Ghanaian-owned companies. It's a foreign company that you are leading. So allow us to take charge of our destiny. Allow us to control the economy so that our people who be living a good life. I don't have a problem if it's a Ghanaian that is misusing our resources, so long as it's Ghanaian who is going to use it locally. Fortunately, South Africa, they are even sacking it. They say we should go back to our country. We must start with that Goldfields mine. That lease must never be renewed under any circumstance. The Ghanaians that will be repatriated from South Africa, we will compensate them with the proceeds that we make from there.
I hear you.
That is the first point. Number two, you see, that is why I keep saying that the MPP has lost its bearing.
Oh, how did they lose the bearing?
The party has lost its way. And when you lose your way, it's better you take introspection, deep one, as a deep breath, and recognize where you went wrong, and you come back home. That one will help them. Johnnie, your own station. I won't even go anywhere.
You stay
We
here.
are talking about the press freedom, not gagging people here and there. Media general. What has been your experience with the political party called the MPP? What has been your experience? Look, openly at a press conference. That's why I have never forgiven Buga, Jama Buga. And I would never forgive it, because if for nothing at all, the MPP became a vibrant party. At least when I was in the party in the 90s, we were complaining that, Jerry Rawlings and the stars were always after all. It took the media fraternity to make this political party attractive. They blacklisted your media station. In fact, journalists that attended their conferences were in harm's way. You couldn't. They will beat you. I remember Joy FM also. You know, when they all marched to Yoko.
Yes, yes.
These are not state institutions.
These are Nana Kumia and the rest of them apologized back in the day.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was back in the day.
You understand? So your own record must lead you into that conclusion that you must be out of these discussions, so that those of us who believe in press freedom, who believe in freedom of speech, will come and make these bold statements.
But the engineer Prempe says, look, the fact that it happened in the past must not be
Yeah, but when
justified
you ask him
to be happening now.
When you ask him a simple question, I'm very surprised. He went to Prempe College, no character and integrity. Politics must not deviate him from that fact. When you ask him a simple question, about what's the gentleman you used?
Gregory Afeko.
Gregory. Is that one who arrested him? Was it? No. Principle, you must be consistent. Consistency is very key. Your records are nothing to write home about. Mensa Thompson. Asepa. Just commenting on the fact that, look, he suspected that the daughters of President Kufuor and Bomti had used a jet, the state jet, to go and shop in London. He found himself behind the bars. I didn't agree with that statement because that was a blatant lie, but he was arrested for it.
That's misinformation or disinformation.
That was disinformation.
And so it's against the rules.
Yeah, absolutely. But the point is that's what I say, that if a security apparatus finds what you are doing wrong, and it's the reason why when you are arrested, you have cause to call your counsel. Me, if a policeman arrests me and I feel that I have been done in an unjustifiable manner, I will sue the police institution. They are not about reproach.
Like Bridget and the rest.
Absolutely. So this matter, I don't know the head and tail of it. If anybody within the MPP feels that he is being manhandled, the best thing is to get your lawyers to sue the institution.
But Dr. Baumia says, like, look, you can't intimidate us.
I'm even coming there.
We will take the debate to you,
Johnnie,
and then be cautious that power is transient. It will end.
He should allow the serial callers to be making these statements.
Oh, come on, please.
Because you see,
he has to show leadership.
What is leadership?
He has to lead the people from the front.
When he makes these statements, it hurts me, because the point is that he must live about reproach. First of all, which institution is engaging in these arrests? Isn't it the Ghana Police? Do you know that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia was the council chair of the Ghana Police for 8 years?
That's right.
As a council, you are responsible for providing direction to the management of the Ghana Police Service so that they reform the institution. Let's ask Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia what sort of reforms he engaged in at the time that he was the police chair. At least this administration, I don't remember the last time they recruited into the police service. They are now undergoing that. Is that not the case?
That's right.
What it means is that the police service that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia chaired is what is at play here. So if anybody must be blamed for the unprofessional manner by which they operate, the first person that has to be blamed has to be Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
But he was working with people. He wasn't working alone.
But you were chairing. You were providing the box stopped with you. Providing direction. What sort of direction did you provide? How did you reform the institution? For which reason you are complaining today? That is why I was saying that he must not be the one to be coming out
but rather must allow other people, such as us, to be dealing with the police, not even the central government. It's an institution that has carried out.
Is there any governor overdoing this?
I don't. Wow.
You cough, they catch you. You sneeze, they catch you.
You see, the point
you wipe
is that,
your sweat, they catch you.
You see, when we reduce it to the political parties, it becomes an issue. Because the police service must be taken on. It's an institution that is doing that. If anybody, a faceless person, is sitting at the Jubilee House giving you bogus instructions and you carry it out, I don't see that bogus that instructions coming from that somebody from the Jubilee House. I see the police person as the one carrying out their mandate. And as to whether or not their mandate falls within the remits of the law, that is what we are discussing. So don't let us dignify or glorify faceless people who think that they have power, but rather let's go after those that actually carry out these.
And in carrying out that, the police is not supposed to be meddling in civil issues.
That is why you sue them.
So when a matter is clear,
yes,
that it is a civil matter.
Yes.
So the Bobby and Sam matter, for
Yes.
example, that I referenced.
Yes,
the tilapia matter that I
Exactly.
referenced, the cartoon that he drew
Yes.
up. You can mention.
That was a Salamat to Muhammad also.
Salamat, yes,
Yeah, who was arrested. Yes.
And then now these latest ones of somebody putting up a comment. Those are not criminal issues. Why should the police be
That is
concerning
why I
itself
am
with
saying,
those
you see-
ones?
You see, that's what I'm saying, that the corporates must sue, get their lawyers to sue the police. You see, we allow them to get away with a lot of impunity. They have names. If the moment you stretch it to the government of the day, you are missing the point. Because have you been told of any government appointee who instructed the arrest?
No.
Anyway, we must also not even exaggerate the situation. How many people have been arrested under the circumstances?
Oh, the consistency, Prempe says.
What consistency? How many people? Let's go into the figures. Prempe has been speaking since the day of Adam. Who has gone to arrest Prempe? And can anybody arrest him on a flimsy excuse? Look, we are all into politics. We are politicians. We know how people exaggerate situations. Somebody like Abroya, he has made his intentions known to everyone. That he wants an asylum. So he would do everything to justify why he must be given that asylum status. And guess what?
Which asylum?
The,
out of the country.
Out of the country. Didn't you hear him? He wrote officially that he wants to He wants to seek asylum in very rich countries like Germany, like the Netherlands, like the United States, like Canada. Abronya himself. Persecution. So he is preparing the grounds so that his application would be accepted.
But this is somebody who is working his way to become national chairman. How does he want to seek asylum? And how does he want to become national chairman at the same time in the future?
But he is not vying to be a national
No,
chairman.
not in this race, but he has ever
No.
indicated.
He himself said it. That he's seeking asylum in Canada, in Germany, in America, and so on and so forth. See the countries that he chose. And there has to be a basis. And the basis is that he's been persecuted. So if you are that person who has not been able to ground yourself or justify why you must be given asylum status, why wouldn't you start some
So
of
if
this?
Nana B, Salam, and Justin Kodria from Pond know that, the Fenyo Market, they all know that, why are they following him around them?
But it's politics. I mean, if I were the Ghana Police Service, what Nana B and the rest did at the police service, I would have arrested them.
Oh, how?
That was
For expressing themselves.
No. You see, that was
for demanding.
No, how do you demand? You see,
but you are arrested somebody.
No, you have
should
arrested
know where the
somebody,
person
but
is.
there are procedures. Fortunately, Nanabi is a lawyer. Fortunately,
Yes.
Kodia is a lawyer.
Yes.
See, sometimes we make our professors look so stupid.
Oh.
As a lawyer, you go there and behave like serial callers, shouting. Did the shouting bring the person right to the appropriate authority? If they misbehave, go to court. Get them to come and answer to you. Why they must keep somebody without the notice or the knowledge of his counsel? But we don't misbehave and think that because we are members of a political party, we are above the laws of the land. That cannot be. Even without impunity, they got away with it. Who arrested them? They were let go. By the way, the policeman who has been leading most of the arrests, he was the same police person, Dapa. They effected the arrest during the SWAL administration tenure.
He's professional.
Absolutely. That's why I say that if you come and arrest me, I will not attribute it to any political authority. I will go after the police institution. I will go after you. So we must just get it instant. But the fact still remains. And I've heard it one too many from the MPP fanatics as well. And the flag bearer has also echoed it that when power changes.
Yes. When power changes, be careful. Because the day
my
of accountability.
goodness, is it coming from someone that wants to be the president of this land?
Why should it not come from him?
Encouraging impunity.
Why should it not
I
come
can
from him?
assure Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia that with this singular statement alone, which will be played back, we will play this statement back to the people of this country.
You will play it
likely
back.
end up with 20%. You see?
You play it back as United Party.
United Party. See, you are seeking favor from the people. You want the people to have trust in you, to lead them. You believe that something that is going on today is not right, and for which reason must stop. And you are saying that the very thing that you are complaining in an unlikely event that in 2000 you become the president of this land, you are going to do the same thing. So why must we give you the power to come and do the same thing? Why must we?
Maybe he'll do it different. So
How is he going to do it differently?
So Johnny
Hughes,
let me come in here.
How is engineer going to come in this matter? Engineer, restrict yourself to engineering. You let's do politics. Can you imagine?
He should do what?
Restrict himself.
You are here as co-panelists.
Engineer, the point is that you ask engineer what happened in the past, they will be dancing around it. Then he will explain all his energies. Why are they doing this today? Meanwhile, engineer has been speaking all week. He goes home freely, and I don't expect anybody to even pick your phone and try to call him and say, why did you say this?
Do you think that, my final question to you before I go to engineer and then Gafari, then we'll take a break. Do you think that, honestly, that the MPP is trying to create this, put out a certain construct so people get a sense that there is press freedom is being suppressed, that our democracy is under siege? Or do you think that they're actually speaking to the reality on the ground, which we must pay attention to and not necessarily poo-poo?
They are only as it were, trying to create an impression. It is not a reality on the ground. I just told you that they have more than 500 communicators across the country. Let's do a simple mathematics of it. How many of them have found themselves in this situation? It's a deliberate strategy by the MPP to court some levels of hatred for this administration. And that's why I'm saying that this government must also come hard at the police institution. At the police institution, for the police institution to behave properly. Because some of these things, you see, the Ghana police service that you have is highly political. You understand? So somebody may be doing something just to tarnish the image of this government. So if you're a government and you sit down and then you will not act, at the end of the day, you'll be laughing at the wrong side of your mouth. Gafari just said that they have disagreed with some of the arrests. Some of the arrests, when I hear, I flare. I said, well, how can any human being more conceived for 9 months think of even effecting such arrest? But if you are a government, you are going to sit unconcerned, they will use a non-existent situation to create a situation so that you will be battling with it. But this is not going to work because this is a democracy that all of us want to build. And we will make sure that we will not allow people whose stock in trade, is founded on propaganda and negative one as such to thrive.
We're live on Kesme 107.1 in Tamale. This is 3FM 92.7. It's a big conversation. My guest, Solomon Owusu, Director of Communications of the United Party. A.A. Gafaro, a member of the government's communications team, is also a member of the NDC. And Engineer Kwame Prempe is a former Deputy Director General in charge of the PPA. Is also the NPP's National Organizer Aspirant Hopeful. And Mr. Bill Bachman of the United Party is also around the corner. Engineer, you had a rebuttal quickly. 1 minute each for you and Gafar, and then we'll take a break.
Let me make it quick. You know, when I listen to...
he said you should restrict yourself to engineering.
Should I also tell him to restrict himself to law? So, I mean, let's not go there. but anyway, you know, every time I hear him speak, it's like a man who has divorced a woman, you know, hoping that the woman... you know, the beauty will go away, or the woman will introduce it. And then all of a sudden, he see the woman on the street doing very well, even posher than before when they were married. And then it becomes so painful, it tends to hate.
Broken heart.
Broken heart.
But
That is what has
this
catch
can only be an engineering. This can only be
That's what I got my brother.
Solo, allow him.
So he talked with pain.
Solo, you have broken heartedness.
Oh, look at you.
You see, but to the substantive matter, you know, I'm glad that Solo agrees with Dr. Bawumia. He said he was giving a warning to the institutions that are doing this, that they will account, as Solo is saying, that they should be held accountable. And that's exactly what Dr. Bawumia is saying. He was not threatening anybody that when he comes, he's going to arrest people.
That's what he said.
No, he said...
Let's read the last paragraph of his statement. You read it.
I mean, in the point, he said the state institution must be held to account. And that's why we are going to account for it. You see, now, when I say we are trying to compare apples with oranges, you know, the names that we mentioned, Oliver threatened the coup.
That was a separate matter.
No, he was arrested 2 times. I mean, you're talking about that.
With the Leo McPalm, Dr. Leo McPalm conversation is separate from his Occupy Julobi House demonstrations, which Bridget Otu and the rest have been compensated for by the courts.
Yes.
And the police have now been asked to apologize. Those are 2 separate issues.
But was he not arrested for putting out saying going to go?
So he was arrested for, the
second time. You are talking about the second time when they went for
the second time is what Solo was referring to. The first time with Dr. Leo McPalm.
Solo has amnesia of the first one. Only the second time. No, you see, and what I'm saying is that, like I said, 2 wrongs do not make a right. Right? The fact that it has happened before doesn't mean that it should happen again and consistently. And that's what we are talking about.
But should you not be admitting, first of all, that we also did we think that it is wrong, and based on that, we also think it should not be happening, as opposed to coming to the table as if it has not happened before? Because if you read Dr. Bawumia's statement, it gives you the impression that this never happened in the past,
but
and now
it is
fresh.
This targeted, that one day I don't think has happened before. It has happened, in isolated cases. But only the last week, we have had 3 people gotten arrested. Only this past week. 3 people.
What did they do?
One of them was the Doomso.
Okay, and the other one?
Now they say he has insulted the sitting chief.
And then the third one?
And the third one is Abronye one. This is the last week. Only 1 week.
This week, actually.
This week. So if you don't speak against it, who knows what will happen the following week?
Are you scared?
Scared of what?
He's not scared.
Scared of what? Johnnie? We're not scared of anyone.
Anyway.
We are not back to the PNDC. Even back then, our fathers and our uncles were not scared. Not now that nobody has a gun in front of you.
Okay. I hear you. Gafar, take a quick one on this, and then let's take a break and change the topic.
You see, when MPP they are talking, it's as if, or let me say, they believe they are a different set of citizens, and so therefore should have different set of rules that they are being regulated with. Then the rest of Ghanaians who are supposed to be different, another set of citizens in Ghana, and are supposed to also be treated differently. That is how I feel when they are talking. And that was why I said they speak with amnesia. For instance, I would have expected that my uncle Dr. Bawumia, in his write-up, should have condemned what happened in the past when he chaired the Ghana Police Council. He should have condemned. Or, as a leader, you should use the opportunity to advise your members to be circumspective when it comes to your commentary in public. He hasn't done that. That is not leadership. Again, like Solo said, there are hundreds of MPP communicators, and there are people who are even more vociferous than those who have been arrested. For instance, Miracle, Awal Mohammed, Aaron Anchi and Co. They say a lot. They are very vocal. But of course, no one has touched them because they haven't probably breached any aspect of our law.
Are you suggesting that Dr. Bawumia is playing by double standards?
Of course. In fact, his action is a definition of double standards.
Because if I hear you well, you say he should have apologized.
Apologized for what happened
and then admitted, and then before he goes on to
yes,
it. But he didn't do any of that.
A step ahead to advise his followers that they should be careful with their public commentary.
But he sees that as intimidation and harassment too.
You see, when there's a context or to whatever happens when it comes to arrest, or there is a subject matter, you can't just be arrested. Like I said, we condemn any arbitrary arrest for merely criticizing a government. This defines our democracy. And that is why, and of course, like you asked, under this democracy, we are still under democracy, and it is not in danger because we still have press freedom, we still have multi-party activities happening. No one has stopped MPP from organizing any party activity, and of course, they are doing that, and they are struggling to even come back together. I hope no one is, interfering. But when you come and break the law, that is my problem. You don't expect that you should have immunity or you should be impervious to whatever actions that would come thereof. That is our problem. So that double standards, my uncle Dr. Bama is a definition of that double standard, and he should take a step ahead and advise his people that they should be careful. And I'm sure even those who are not talking, there are many people who are in NDC, stakeholders who are not talking when it comes to this arrest, because they know what Abronya and Co even did to their own. What didn't they say about Alan Cash when he was with them? What didn't they say against Abronya say against what's his name? Kennedy Ajapong and Co. I hope you are getting it. No. The point is, it is not merely criticizing the person. When you go beyond criticism, like you insult a chief, it depends on how you construct it. A chief is a stakeholder. That can cause, anomy in society. When you attack a chief, there are some attacks that...
But that's a civil matter.
No, it's a civil matter, but of course, if it is something, a precursor to causing or damaging or destroying our peace that we live, they need to advise. Sometimes they arrest people. Look, police doesn't just arrest to punish you. Sometimes they even arrest to protect you.
Okay, I hear you. Thank you.
That's why they say they are our friends. In fact,
let me let you rest so I can protect you. We'll see you shortly after this break.
The big conversation.
2.7, some 26 minutes after 9 on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7. We're also live on Kesmi 107.1 in Tamale, and you can also join us on Facebook, on Instagram and X at 3FM 927. Join the conversation. Let's hear your own thoughts about the conversations that are happening in studio. Earlier we spoke about press freedom. Next we talk about the Constitutional Review Committee and matters arising. But we know that the 24th African Athletics Championship is happening in Accra, and Africa's biggest athletic spectacle is happening here, the Senior African Athletics Championship. It's live here in Accra, Ghana, believe it or not. Yes, it started on the 12th of May. It will end on the 17th of May. That's this weekend, 2026. The University of Ghana Sports Complex, Legon. That's the battleground where Africa's finest champions are going head-to-head in a thrilling track and field competition. You should see it and enjoy it. Now, come watch global stars like Beatrice Chibet, Toby Amusan, Joseph Fambule, Akani Simbene, Muzala Samunkonga, and our very own Benjamin Azamati and Abdul Rashid Saminu. And this is going to be the speed you have been waiting for, the power you have been waiting for, the pride you have been waiting for. And this is Africa competing at its highest level. We waited for 4 decades, and now it's home. It's here in Ghana. Go support our own. The 24th Senior African Athletics Championships. Feel the heat. Champions within Africa, powered by the Ministry of Sports and Recreation, Confederation of African Athletics, and Ghana Athletics. Be there, feel it, live it, and witness history. Feel the heat. And the gates are open, as I mentioned. It's free of charge. It's rain today. It's a Friday. Go there with your family and friends and enjoy some good fun. Now, Engineer Kwame Prempe is my guest. Is a former deputy CEO of the Public Procurement Authority, and is also an MPP National Organizer aspirant. Comrade A.A. Gafaru is a member of the government's communications team. He's also a member of the NDC's national communications team. And Solomon Owusu is the Director of Communications of the United Party. They're in studio here with me. And gentlemen, welcome back, and thank you very much indeed. Usually, I would have wished for you to hear some of the conversations that we have when we are off air and we are playing the commercials for you, but those ones are for studio consumption only. We will get onto the conversation now. Professor Kwesi H. Prempe has presented the recommendations from the Constitutional Review Committee that was set up by the President to make sure. This will not be the first time we've had a committee of that nature, but the President has indicated that he is determined to make sure that this sees the light of day and some implementation. It would take some time, referendum, etc., if we have to touch some portions of the Constitution, especially the entrenched clauses. But here are some of the recommendations for the presidency and the executive. It says to extend the presidential term to 5 years instead of the 4 years, and lower the minimum age from 40 to 30. So Professor H. Kwesi Prempe and his committee said instead of 4 years, we should have 5 years, and then also the age of qualification should be reduced from 40 years, which is the present situation, to 30 years. So it means that if you turn 30, you are able to aspire to become president of the republic, and if their recommendations go through, you then will be president for a period of 5 years, not 4 years. Now, they also say that the president's salary and benefits should be taxable. And currently, you know that our presidents don't pay tax, but their salary and benefits should be taxable. That's what Professor Kwesi Prempe and his team are suggesting, that an independent body should be set up for the emoluments, and not for us to have the ad hoc ones that we have at the end of every tenure. Now, relative to the presidency and the executive also, they said MPs cannot be ministers. Cap total number of ministers, including deputies, at 57. We know that President Mahama now is ruling with what, less than 60 ministers, about 50, 58, 57. So that's what they are suggesting, reiterating what is happening presently. But they say that the system where we have 50% of our ministers coming from Parliament should be a thing of the past. If you're a member of Parliament, be with the legislature. If you are a minister, be with the executive. You cannot be a member of the executive and the legislature at the same time. So MPs cannot be ministers. Also, they are recommending that we should allow criminal proceedings within 4 years of leaving office for personal acts. Now, this is for the president. You know that there is usually that, how do I put it? The clause that allows for the president to literally, indemnity clause, that was the word I was looking for, indemnity clause. They say, well, you should, within 4 years, if there's something against you, should be dealt with. Now, legislative and electoral effectiveness, that is another portion of the report, and it says cap parliament at 276 members. You know that our parliament has had to go through an increasing number over time. We had 240 at some point. Before then we had a lesser number, 140, and then we went to 270 and 275. In fact, we had 230, and they say cap it now at the present 276. That means that we will not have to create new constituencies, and that also means that the present chamber will be fit for purpose, and we may not have to necessarily go on to get another chamber. Dual citizens by birth can contest parliamentary seats without renouncing other citizenship. It reminds me of Jachi Kwesim in the Asin North conversation and his Canadian citizenship. Well, legislative and electoral effectiveness. It talks about creating independent registrar regulator for parties and campaign financing. Party financing is also key. They want it to be regulated. They want a certain provision made amendable by 75% parliamentary majority. That's semi-entrenched. Those are semi-entrenched clauses. Should be amendable by 75% of the parliamentary majority. And we'll go on to the next one. It said establish independent anti-corruption and ethics commission with prosecutorial powers in terms of accountability and judiciary. They also want the Supreme Court capped at 15 justices. Chief Justice serves single 10-year term. So if you're made Chief Justice, if their provisions, their recommendations go through, if you become a Chief Justice, you serve for a protected tenure of 10 years. And the total number at the Supreme Court should be 15 justices, not more, not less. Not more, but it could be less. Well, accountability and judiciary, strengthen asset declaration, verification, and allow unsealed records. You know that presently, you declare your assets, it's sealed until there's an issue with it, and reports that some people put newspapers in an envelope and submit it and seal it as their assets. It says, well, we should be allowed to open those documents and check them. Local government and development, they elect MMDCs instead of presidential appointment. This was a promise made to us in 2016 for 2018. It has not seen the light of day because the politicians were divided among themselves as to whether it should be partisan or non-partisan, or whether it should be by the electorate themselves. Well, he says that we should elect MMDCs, also increase district assembly common fund by up to 10% of national revenue. Currently it's about 3% or so of total national revenue, and also make national development plan binding, require 2/3 parliamentary approval. We presently have a 40-year national development plan, but it is not binding on anybody. NDC has their own plan, UP has their GTP, NDC has their own plan, CPP has their own plan. Everybody comes to the table with their own plan. They say, well, we should have one plan, one blueprint for everybody. In terms of rights, justice, and environment, it says abolish death penalty. That's one. Create ecocide offense to fight illegal mining. Also add rights to food in custody, housing, and digital privacy. And then those are the ones that they're talking about here. In terms of natural resources management, public lands or resources vested in the people held in trust by the state. So public lands must be held in, by the state in trust for the people. Also to allocate at least 3% of resources or revenue to local communities, and we're just talking about gold, oil, and the rest. 3% of it, if a natural resource is found in your community, 3% of that resource, in terms of the revenue that is generated from it, should be reserved for you. Yesterday there was a cabinet meeting, Gafaru. What were the fallout, if you know? Share with us if you have any detail.
Johnny, thank you so much. First of all, I must say that it is every matured democracy. It is natural that people look into reviewing of constitution, reviewing our laws, in a sense that at any juncture, there are new developments that calls for the need to look into what happened in the past or what is regulating our state and our activities. And the call for review of the constitution has been there since its inception in 1992 and its implementation in 1993 January. Of course, there have been some major development when it comes to amendment. For instance, 1996, I am particularly aware that there was an amendment of the constitution where they established the Electoral Commission to ensure that there's free and fair election.
Right.
So it's isolated the Electoral Commission from having the executive having direct control of their activities, and which I think is good, and it has helped us. Also, in 1996, it also it was part of the reasons why they amended to ensure they redevelop the procedures in Parliament. So there's a need we look into the review. But I must say, as a party, NDC, we birthed the 1992 Constitution. We help in consolidating the 1992 Constitution. And of course, there's a need for us to be integral as far as the review is concerned, which we have been consistent. When you look under President Rawlings 1996, it happened. Under J.A. Kufuor, yes, of course, there were calls, civil society, opposition party, academics, there were calls, or there have been calls by stakeholders to review parts of the constitution, and also people who are well educated as far as our laws are concerned. But we didn't see any major attempts to review the constitution. And fast forward, under Mills Mahama administration, that's where we are aware of the Fiajo commission that was constituted. And of course, they came out and did their review, submitted it, but at a point it was stalled because there was a legal challenge. And fast forward, it seems that people have dragged their legs and it didn't happen. We didn't see the implementation. Even in 2012, there was an implementation committee that was also set, but that also never saw the light of the day. Now, under President Akufo-Addo, the call still continued, it even intensified because of what was happening. But unfortunately,
what was happening?
We had a lot of novel occurrences. For instance, hang parliament, how you are going to choose speaker at this juncture, what is going to happen. There was a lot of debate and uncertainty. And that even intensified the call for us to review our constitution and the need for us to review the constitution.
That's okay. That's correct.
We didn't see any major activity. Neither did he attempt to implement the Albert Fiajo committee report, or did he commission a new, bring out a new committee. Now, under President Mahama, like I said, we birthed the constitution. We need to ensure that we make it workable for the Ghanaian people. It was part of our campaign promise to ensure we see to it that the review happens. And that's why in early 2025, a committee was formed. And their report has been submitted. Government will look into it. A white paper would be issued. Those that they would accept, they would accept. Those that perhaps they see no need to accept it would also be stated in the white paper. Then those that are entrenched aspects of the clauses of the constitution would be sent for a referendum. So we are looking into it. As part of looking into their report was the reason for the cabinet meeting, but I'm not privy to the outcome.
But you're a government spokesman.
Yes, of course. Sometimes
they don't give you information.
No, some of the information they give information, but some of the information are not rightly available because it will need.
They are above you.
No, of course I would say they are above me. I was within the level. I would have been part of cabinet. So where I sit, for now, I don't have. Updated information, what happened until it.
But is the government satisfied with the work of the HQC Prempeh Committee?
Well, I would speak as a member, but not for the government in this circumstance because they are still looking into it. For instance, if you look into the one of the aspects that would have been a major attempt by President Akufo-Addo was the election of the MMDC.
That's right.
But we disagree because they will say that it should be done on party basis. We see it shouldn't.
But that was not the original promise. The original promise was that you will elect your MMDCs. I remember
From
that
them.
so well.
Yes.
And then the initial thing that was taken to Parliament by Haji Halima Mahama at the time, was local government minister, was that elect your MMDCs. In fact, if you look at 241, Article 241, that's it. That's it. Yeah, 241. It didn't need a referendum. It just needed a simple majority to get it passed, because that's not an entrenched position, right?
I agree. I agree. But you see,
but it was pulled back.
It was pulled back. It points to the fact that there are many politicians who doesn't stick to their words. I don't know whether it was out of fear that when they allow it, maybe a lot of people who are not affiliated to MPP may not win. I don't know what informed it. But what matters is that they pull back as a result of the fact that we disagree that we shouldn't do the
But if you look at our local governance structure, it is not supposed to be partisan. The whole local government structure that we have, the one that Professor Ahoy and his team, it was not supposed to be partisan at all.
And we agree. We agree that it shouldn't. If we really need the, decentralization and development that we need outside party promises, but real development like what the people in those communities so deserve and need, it should be depoliticized. But MPP disagree. Now, as part of where I disagree, I disagree that we should only cap Parliament to 276 without talking about redemarcation of lands. Some of the constituencies are more populated, and some are very large. For instance, Naliu Gamba constituency is very large. When you check the population and the land size can divide about 5 other constituencies in the northern aspect of the country.
Yeah, but in terms of the population, and even the land is big, but the population. And
even in terms of population, it can divide some constituencies by 3-4. Yet, it needs if it doesn't need a new constituency, but it needs redemarcation. For instance, redemarcate it and let part of the constituency be part of UU, which is relatively smaller.
That's right.
Or Cherponi or Iran. So
that joining communities, the constituencies should have portions
redemarcation. So I should think that I agree that they should cap it, or even I would have said they should even reduce it. But even if they are not to add up and capping, they should talk about redemarcation and reduce the burden that some other people
fair point, mate. Engineer Pepe, take a bite. Are you happy with the work so far done by Professor H.P.C. Pepe? What are your takeaways?
Well, Johnny, let me first start by addressing some misinformation that my brother here put out.
We don't have too much time, also.
Okay, yeah, quick.
So you are chopping your time.
Yeah, fair point. Fair enough. The fact that President Akufo-Addo, has always wished for political parties to be involved in local elections, and that is why we needed to do the referendum, right? So yes, he promised that we should be electing our MMDCs. But at the same time, it has been his wish that whilst we are electing MMDCs, we should allow the political parties to be involved.
That was not what he told us in opposition. No, I followed him when he was in opposition.
Yes, he said we are going to make it electable, but he didn't tell you how.
No, he said
We're going to allow you to elect.
He said you will elect your MMDCs.
Yes.
And then when they came to power in 2017, I remember Haji Halima Mahama was the first minister for local government.
Yes, she was.
She's a lawyer. She met the press and made it very, very clear. There was at no point during the conversations was there any politicization of the thing.
I'm not saying he didn't promise to allow who to elect, right? But there was no instance that he said that he explicitly made mention that political parties should not be involved in local elections.
But his minister for local, that's what I'm saying.
She said it shouldn't be.
It was after that meeting when she met MMDCs and said.
So it's after when you saw the details of the promise.
Hold on. I'm saying that President Akufo-Addo in opposition promised us that we'll vote for our MMDCs. When power was given to him, I remember that in his first term, he would call Solomon Owusu, you stand by his side. He would mention your credentials and say why he's taking you to a certain ministry. I can play that tape for you. What he said about Haji Halima Mahama. He reiterated that. Haji Halima Mahama subsequently met the press in a closed-door meeting. And the politicization never came up. It was after that meeting, in fact, that when they finished the meeting with that, they met the MMDCs and said, "We know those of you involved in Galamsey." And that, yes,
Johnny.
So I have a fine chronology and a fine remembrance of
misunderstanding what I'm saying.
So at what point did that politicization come into the conversation? Because the first thing that was sent, proposal that was sent to Parliament, did not have any politicization in it.
What I'm saying is that when they got to the implementation of it, that is where this kind of, okay, how do you want it done? That's where the politicization come in. Now, you see,
but you don't go and tell a woman that I love you, I'll marry you, and then when it's time to marry, you say, well, I'll marry you on condition that.
Oh, but if I tell you, if a woman tells you they love you and they marry you.
No, women don't marry men. Men marry women.
Oh, of course. They will allow you to marry them. And then all of a sudden you are getting married and you don't have a house, you don't have this, you can't provide for her. They can also decide not to come along. But anyway, you know, beside the point. You see, this allowing political parties to be involved in local elections. Do you know who it will benefit?
No.
The smaller parties.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I see. Why do you say that?
When I see the smaller parties talking against it, I just laugh. You know,
your party.
The parties with no representation.
Referring to
the parties with no representation in Parliament.
Oh,
so you understand it now. Okay.
I've changed my words.
Oh, okay.
He has re-engineered his words.
He's an engineer.
No, Johnny. Why I say that, you know, I grew up partly in the Netherlands, right? And there you can have smaller parties, you know.
Closer to Schiphol.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
okay.
I live about 25 minutes from Schiphol.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so
okay, that's fine.
So you have smaller parties who have a small base who can make a difference.
Of course.
Right? Now, in our dispensation now, smaller parties cannot make any difference. Because no matter how much percent they get, if they don't cross the bar to get to Parliament, they become, you know, they die off. Because you can't maintain that data, you don't go to Parliament.
Yeah.
When we started the 1992 Constitution, there were other parties in Parliament.
NCP.
But at the particular moment, virtually they've all gone. Now, what happened with localization of political parties is the fact that certain parties can have a stronghold elsewhere. And because they have a stronghold elsewhere, they can build upon it. And that can take them to Parliament. If you are able to elect an MMDC from a certain political party, and they do well locally, there's a chance for them to get a seat in Parliament. Now, what will happen in the long run is that you will have these political parties here and there, right? And then in Parliament, it will get to a point that you need more than one political party to form a majority. And that is where we get to a point where the winner takes all will reduce. So that's why I, for one, I still believe that we should allow the political parties to be involved locally. Because whether we like it or not, as we speak now, though it's not official, we know they are involved. So why must we hide it? Right. So as for that one, Johnny, I think we should rethink that.
Okay.
And look at the bigger goal, the long term. It is actually going to, strengthen our democracy.
What do you think of the 30-year age for your being qualified to become president?
I don't know. You see, there are certain countries where very young people have come to power and they've done well.
Macron.
Exactly. Macron. And I think in Senegal, he was
Senegal
also
as well, yes.
You know, so I don't think we should just...
In fact, even in our country, Gerolins and
so there are situations where young people have done well when they came to power. So I don't think it matters much. If they're allowed, for me, it's okay.
Okay.
Right.
Solo?
Yes, so...
What is this constitution? We don't have too much time. We have taken a constitution.
We have expended a lot of money in the past. You know, Professor Fiojo's committee, we expended about $6.3 million. Then Nana Akufo-Addo came, Kasati's committee, about 4 million Ghana. Infrempen Group 2, we would have expended something. So it's time to implement the various recommendations that are captured. For instance, the alignment of our policies with the national
development plan
is key. It's key. We cannot just have political parties come and then throw everything under the bus. That we have a different vision. It's the same vision that led us into the construction of a whole.
Oh, come on. That was a promise to God. It was not a vision.
Even the promise that it was captured in our their manifesto. You understand?
That what? Which promise?
To be electing MMDCs.
So if you were an engineer, you would have known that is not a hole. But anyway, carry on.
Oh, but what is it? You see that how they deceive your minds? That thing that is, there's no a hole.
If you are an
how
engineer,
can you convince?
You won't call it a hole.
Okay, should I give you a
there's work.
The difference between a hole and what is there?
There's work that has gone concrete and
hole.
and mats and columns
there's a lot of
and
things
mats
that have gone into the foundation of.
What? There is no funny. It's a hole. Don't let any engineer.
Have you been there?
Deceive you. I've been there.
And there's a hole.
That is why I go to check
There's no concrete. There's no concrete.
Well, you go there to do your crossover.
Yes, that's what I did. Since they constructed that hole, every 31st, I've made it a duty
to
go there. Because that is where Nana Kumaro has told us that we must be churching.
Okay, let's make progress.
So what I'm saying is that we must align our various policies with the national vision. We must have a national agenda so that when you come, you would not be doing anything otherwise of what all of us have. Again, I also disagree with Gafaro that the 276 members of parliament, they must take a second look. In fact, they must even reduce it.
No, he didn't say that we must take a second look. He said he doesn't disagree with the capping to keep it at 275.
Yes.
What he's saying is that some of the constituencies are too big in terms of the land size.
So he disagrees.
So some of them, should be, if you like, demarcated.
So
like you have, so like you had back in the day when you had Okankwe North and Okankwe South.
Yes.
They found space in between and created Okankwe Central. But he's saying that don't add. Just expand the constituency to encapsulate that the boundaries should be extended, expanded.
But I think they are already. There's already part of their.
Yeah.
Oh, then I got you wrong. Then if
no, that's not what he said.
I believe
he said we should not add.
Even when we started, the constitution makes provision for minimum of 140 MPs.
Yes.
I even believe that it's on the higher side.
That's how we started. We started from 140.
We must reduce it. We are only creating unnecessary bureaucracies, unnecessary government expenditure for individuals who are barely contributing to the development of our country.
Oh, that's not fair to the MPs. That's not fair to the MPs. The MPs work a lot. They read a lot. They debate.
One is in Hague. As we speak, FBI is in town. One is in Hague. You see, sometimes some of these mass production, quality is better than quantity. They are making laws. It's not about you going there and saying yeah or so. You understand? So I believe that the number 276, it must even be reduced so that we get the quality. Again, I agree with them that we must separate parliamentary duties from those that want to be ministers. You see, the incidents of 1969, people misunderstood it. As a matter of fact, the budget that was presented by Egbeta was actually passed. They had disagreements with the budget. They said, government, go back and do a good job. They misunderstood it to mean that because the parliamentarians were not ministers, they were kicking against the budget. If you want to be a legislature, go and perform that role. I can bet my last person that if you implement this, we will only have genuine people who want to be parliamentarians go to parliament.
It has never made sense to me that you have the leader of government business and the minister of parliamentary affairs sitting in cabinet. He discusses the thing and brings the thing, come to join you here as majority leader, and he's helping you to debate it. So he's Ebusia Penny here, Ebusia Penny there.
So that one is key.
It's never made sense to me.
It's crucial, and I believe that we must implement it.
Separation of power.
Absolutely. You understand? But overall, I believe that the president, I think, is learning something from what happened to him when he took over from Professor Mays of blessed memory. When he came, the Fiajo's report was ready. He couldn't implement it. This time around, we must make it the last stop, that we implement what recommended, those doable ones. And some of them I disagree. We will go into it very well. The LGBTQ, they found a way. I was thinking it to be captured. We must go there and take it out. We must not leave any room, any ambiguity in terms of promoting this LGBTQ nonsense.
But you have a law, or we should put it in the constitution.
Constitution is so clear. This young man, we are talking about age limit. The young man in Senegal, he came against all odds. He has signed LGBTQ, you can't go to Senegal and do that nonsense. We have been talking about the fact that, when we do that, it would prevent us from getting foreign direct investment. Between Ghana and the UAE, which of these countries get more direct foreign investors? Is it not the UAE? But go to UAE and go and behave with LGBTQ, then you will run away. So that is not the case. We must man up Else, this country called Ghana, we will not have an identity.
It is not possible for this government to see a constitution done completely, or am I wrong?
No, but I mean, this is an amendment. They are not overhauling the entire constitution.
Right.
It's an amendment of.
But then referendum and conversations.
Oh yes, I mean it will come back.
It depends how much they want to adopt.
Exactly.
So if it's a few, then it might.
But we can prioritize it. For instance, separation of powers is very key. Experience of the past has shown us that if you continue on this tangent, a lot of people go to parliament with the view that they will be made ministers.
Right.
As the constitution says, appoint majority from where? Parliament. So they see that as an opportunity.
But so the 5-year term, me, I don't believe.
You don't want the 5-year term.
Been having Akufo-Addo as a president.
That would have been worse.
Come on, please. Be careful.
How is that?
Oh no.
You see,
we would have had a hell of
it is. I don't think the 5-year term is about personalities.
No, it's about personality. You see, but you see, to have the 5 years.
Akufo-Addo will be vindicated. Posterity will be kind on Akufo-Addo. I'm telling you.
Are we?
He will be. I'm telling you.
Posterity anywhere under the sun.
If it wasn't for him, if it wasn't for him, that 18 tons of gold, they couldn't have sold it.
7 million toppable money, dollars.
If you don't understand, you just
posterity. That posterity will be a fake posterity. That posterity will never be allowed in this country.
Implementing the free SHS and allowing the children of Chaco Seller. Why didn't they implement it earlier?
Free SHS is a constitutional provision.
Why didn't they implement it earlier?
Free SHS is a constitutional provision. What did you do about it?
For even thinking about Agenda 111, I'm telling you. So I'll meet you here someday and you'll be praising the Akufo-Addo.
I will never praise the President Akufo-Addo.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you authority.
We'll go and then castigate him for digging the hole.
Johnny.
Yes, sir.
Let's mark this day.
Let's mark
this day. So it's easy for us to mark this day because today is 15th of May, 1979. There was an incident, so it's easy to mark this day.
Look, no posterity, this my mouth.
But so we are already in posterity.
Anyway, President Akufo-Addo himself knows that he did not do well.
Oh, come on.
He
was one of the best.
Somebody who
If he did well, he would tell us that prophesy that another leader will come and take us out of the
He said you are lucky to have had him. He said you are lucky to have had him. President.
Exactly.
He said before he
we are lucky to have President Akufo-Addo.
Before he checked out, he said
before he implemented.
He prophesied that another leader will come and take us out of the hardship.
Did Akufo-Addo call the war in Iraq?
Somebody who gave elderly people haircut, killed people by virtue of the action.
Come on. As we speak, cocoa farmers are dying as we speak. Cocoa farms are dying.
I thank you. I thank you very much.
Cocoa farmers are dying.
Engineer Kwame Prempeh is a member of the NPP's national communications team. He is also an MPP national organizer aspirant. A.A. Gafaro is a member of the NDC's communications team. And Solomon Owusu is the director of communications of the United Party. Thank you very much, gentlemen, indeed, for joining us here on the big conference.
Tema Post director says I should say hi to you.
Lawyer Zuma.
Yes.
Oh, Lawyer Zuma. Tell Lawyer Zuma I miss him. And then this PA as well. Good morning, Council. And Abolo Common Sense. Good morning to you, Maestro. Alaji Peteti, Alaji Raouf, and Alaji Alkondo. Good morning to you. It's now time for birthdays for us to check out. And it's now time for birthdays before we check out. It's a cold, wet morning on a Friday morning. Let's wish a few people happy birthday, shall we?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
And a happy birthday to a brother, a friend, a comrade, and a trusted warrior, W01 Abankwam Eric. W01 Abankwam Eric of the Ghana Military Police Bama Camp. It's your birthday today, gentlemen. Happy birthday to you. Live long and prosper in good health. We wish you all the peace and joy that you can find with all the money that comes along with it. W01 Eric Abankwam. Happy birthday to you, Rikus. Also, a happy birthday. This from CS Glam and Abla Kafui. Happy birthday to Ms. Lee. Wishing you a day filled with love, laughter, and happiness. May this year bring you success and good health and countless blessings. Keep shining and enjoy your special day. Happy birthday. Hey, the dress is shining, pal. Also, a happy birthday to Gail, Day, Tay, Madi. Cheers to new chapter of greatness. This from Ellie. Day Amobie. Happy birthday to you. Also, a happy birthday to a lovely mother, Selina Anyidoho. Happy birthday to you, Mom. This is from Abolo, Mr. Common Sense. He wishes you a happy birthday. Oh, Abolo, your mom. Abolo, you have to organize a party for Mommy today. Happy 80th birthday also to the very Reverend Benjamin Tete Ofoi. Benjamin Tete, for you are 80 years today, Osofo. Happy birthday to you. This is from your wife Regina, the children, especially Eben, Tay Mensa, and from Media General. We wish you a happy birthday. Well, it looks like the late Titi Mensa. Happy birthday also to Efia Coded, wishing you long life and good health. This from Fred. Efia Coded. You took the photo in the dark. Efia Coded indeed. Also, happy birthday to DJ Spicy, Okocha Park. This is from Vasco and Gacho. Also to you, Madame Esther Mafo of La Justice Olenu School. Happy birthday. This from Mosho, and it's your birthday. Happy birthday. If it's your birthday as well today, happy birthday. My name is Johnnie Hughes. On behalf of the team, thank you very much indeed for joining us. We'll see you on Monday to do it all over again as if we never went away. And you know that if you can think it and your heart can believe it, you can achieve it. Hajia Nura is here wearing some beautiful nothing pride. She's wearing it, and we are happy to have you. Hajia, good morning to you.
Good morning, John.
Let me say Dasuba.
Nah, Dasuba.
Kaula.
Alafi.
Tumabiola.
Alafi.
This so. We'll see you tomorrow. No, Monday, sure.
Accra gets busy on this frequency. 92.7 3 FM.
Three FM. Three FM.
Good morning. This is a news update right here on 92.7 FM with me, Nura Mohammed. Coming up shortly, Accra High Court admits into evidence documents indicating email correspondence regarding payments for the cybersecurity defense system for the national security. We have these and some other stories shortly. Now, the National Labour Commission has directed striking staff of the Public Services Workers Union of the National Identification Authority to immediately call off their strike. At a meeting on Thursday, the Commission further directed the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission to ensure that the implementation of migration of staff currently pending at the Finance Ministry by the end of May 2026. On Wednesday, the NIA workers laid down their tools over the working condition and lack of implementation of the migration, which has lingered on for more than 24 months. The NLC has subsequently adjourned the case to June 4 for final reporting on the case. Meanwhile, the Accra High Court has admitted into evidence documents indicating email correspondence regarding payments for the cybersecurity defense system for the national security, and lawyers of the former National Signals Bureau Director Kwabna Idu-Boahene sought to establish that, contrary to the allegations of theft, their clients issued a request from the BNC Communications bank account for payments to be made. Lord Iduasari reports.
During cross-examination of the third prosecution witness, Mildred Donko, lead counsel for Kwabna Idu-Boahene, asked the witness about the instructions pertaining the transfer request for payment of the cybersecurity defense software. Mildred told the court that Israeli company ISC International Holdings was the beneficiary of the transfer request for payment, adding that over $1.7 million was transferred from the BNC Communications Bureau account. However, when asked whether she knew about the CD equivalent of the money, which translated to over 9.5 million Ghana cedis, the prosecution witness noted that she was unaware of the conversion rates. Further breaking down transactions made at the UMB Bank in relation to the case, Mildred told the court that a sum of 7.250 million cedis was also moved from the BNC Communications account into the personal account of the former National Signals Bureau Director. Again, she explained that another 7.2 million cedis was made into the accounts of the coordinator of the national security. Lead counsel for the accused persons, Samuel Atachia, spoke after the proceedings on Thursday.
All that we are asking for, that we be able to put our cases across via their own elected witnesses. Emails were used to initiate payments on the B.N.C. Communications Bureau Limited account.
Meanwhile, the national executives of the opposition New Patriotic Party on Thursday managed to secure the release of its social media commentator Nana Adonyame. The party's national leadership, accompanied by sympathizers, arrived at the Accra Regional Police Command to show support for the social media activist. Nana Adonyame was reportedly invited by the Criminal Investigations Department, CID, over comments that he is alleged to have made about the Krontihene of Achim Asum, Nana Bwedi Amponim Abodade III. Here's a former Member of Parliament for Tema East, Titus Glover, condemning the arrest.
I want to tell the IGP, they know I've known him for the past years. He shouldn't allow politics to soil his office. But what my party is doing is right. We will do any manner of things that will protect the sanctity of this constitution. The spirit of the NPP can never be thrown away. I am coming for national organizer. I can assure President Mahama it's not going to get easy. Because we will not sit down for them to motivate our people, for them to do anything as what they like. So we should be very careful. So it is right that they went to the police and let the police know. Sometimes the police are in a fix. They don't know what to do. But it is important that we let them know that the actions that they are doing, it is unlawful. If you want to arrest everybody. Why do you take sides? And President Mama is comfortable in the Jubilee House.
Meanwhile, a member of the National Democratic Congress communications team, Delali Sewikpo, said there's no truth in the MPP's claims. Let's listen.
If I want to detail you the ordeal that members of the NDC went through during the era of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, you can give me a whole day and I'll give you a litany of how NDC members were subjected to torture, to humiliation during the era of the NPP. When Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo was the president of the Republic of Ghana. Abronye was arrested for threatening a judge. The same group of people who criticized President John Dramani Mahama when he pardoned the Muntie Three, when they were incarcerated, when they were convicted. The same group of people think they have the moral high ground to criticize for the arrest and the detention of Abronye.
That's it for the news update right here on 92.7 FM. I am Nura Mohammed. Coming up next is 3 Lounge with Isidua Afeni. Do enjoy.
Accra gets busy on this frequency. 92.7.